Boo! Boo! Okay, am I go there? Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm sorry, I wanted to give some people some time to come in because, and I wanted to listen to Epic the Musical songs. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Epic the Musical has me in a chokehold. Alright? And I love Poseidon. Poseidon songs are amazing. And plus, I need a little levity considering some of the news topics that are coming up today. It is very frustrating. But luckily, we don't have to touch on it just quite yet. I mean, there's a lot of things to cover actually kind of today, so to start, let's talk about Squadron 42 because everyone knows Squadron 42, right? Squadron 42 may get delayed past 2026. We're I don't know if we're gonna make it set. It's wait, what? I don't know if Sig says. Who's Sig? Oh, let me pull out the article. Oh, CIG says. Sorry, I was like, who's Sig? Yeah, Squadron 42 may get delayed past 2026. Quote: I don't know if we're going to make it. Sig says. So for those of you who don't know what Squadron 42 is, Squadron 42 is actually, what is it? Isn't it the story campaign for, what is it called? Star Citizen? Isn't it the story campaign for Star Citizen? Oh my god, I'm so good at remembering stuff. Okay. Yeah, Squadron 42 Star Citizen standalone single-player campaign may miss its 2026 launch as developers focus on game development over promotion. You do realize this game has been in production for 10 years, and people are like, "Oh, well, that's like a good amount of time to work on a game." Usually, okay, wait, what is the average for game development time? No, not salary. Hello. What is the average for game development time? There you go. 6 months to 2 years for small indie games, 2 to 4 years for double A games, and 3 to 5 years and over for large AAA games. So it takes about maybe 6, maybe 7 years for AAA games. 10 years though? 10 years? It's taken 10 years. And the problem isn't that okay, that's not the main problem. Are you solo running this stream? Where's Canadian Drone? Hi, Polly's. He's going to be late. I think he got caught up in like a meeting or something, but he said he's gonna come in late. And to start without him, so yeah. Unfortunately, oh hi Lucha, welcome in. But yeah, what was I saying? So this game has been in development for 10 years, and technically, well, maybe a little bit over 10 years. And technically, that's not really a bad thing, but it has been a staple in the industry that if you take more than 10 years to develop a game, that's not a good sign. That's not good. It is not good. And people fail to realize that during the 10 years, this game has been crowdfunded. So people have been paying. I don't know if they have a Patreon. Is it a Kickstarter? I don't know. But they have been receiving funds for the last 10 years to develop this game. The people have been, what is it? They've been experiencing the early access. They've been experiencing early access. And they love the game so much, for supporters, might I add. This is for supporters. And they love the game so much, they keep funding it. And what is it? The developers released their like annual financials, and it has been shown that they have made over $1 billion in the last 10 years to make this game. $1 billion to make this game. Yet the devs had the audacity to ask their players for more money because the money was running out. And I'm like, well, where'd the money go then? If it wasn't to, it was to develop the game, right? It was for the game, right? They didn't spend it on vacations or luxurious stuff, right? They didn't do that. They wouldn't do that, right? Of course not. You can rely on people when they accumulate over $1 billion in funds. You can totally trust them to be honorable and to focus on game development during that time of 10 years and take no vacations at all. But yeah, so they accumulated over $1 billion in funds, but the money was running out and they needed help with funding. So, you know, what can you do? Turns out they also implemented a lot of microtransactions that were starting to piss off their own player base, which says a lot. Because they have already accumulated over $1 billion of financials up until this point. Yet now, they have been implementing microtransactions already, guys. That's what I'm trying to hint at. That's what I'm trying to say. They've already been putting microtransactions into this game. Yet the microtransactions have gotten to the point where it's been so egregious that now the fans that actually pay for the microtransactions are starting to get pissed off. How can you do that? How can you do that? You really want to bite the hands that feed you, really? But that's not what we're talking about. That's a whole nother thing. What we're talking about is that they promised, which is news to me because they've been promising that they've been developing the game for a really long time at this point, obviously. And it's like, okay, so they've been developing this game for like 10 years, maybe 11, maybe 12 at this point. And when's the game gonna be done? When is it gonna be available to actually play? That's like the main question, because it has been it's gotten to the point where people just assume it's a scam now, because it has been so long, it has been under development for so long that people have sunk so much money. I'm not, obviously, billions of dollars, guys. Billions of dollars from fans have sunk money for 10 years consecutively for this game to be released. You know, with that kind of money, it would take, maybe 7 years to develop a game, you would think. You'd think that with all that money that they develop the game faster. You would think. But no, they probably thought that they were getting a cash cow, and so they were milking the gamers for as much as they wanted. Allegedly. That's just my opinion. I'm not saying that's actually happening. Gotta curb my own butt. But, it's kind of sus. I'm just saying. But anyways, so they promised, and people were shocked, because they promised to release Squadron 42. And it was as I already said, it was a standalone, single player campaign, because Star Citizen is a online multiplayer space game where you own ships and you can design your ship whatever any way you want, and you can communicate with people, and you can communicate with other players and stuff like that, and develop planets and own territories and stuff like that. That sounds freaking awesome. But like I said, they've put a lot of microtransactions into the game, and you have to pay thousands of dollars just to get a really decent spaceship, and to own certain territories or whatever. You have to sink money into the game, and it's become a problem. I'm just saying, it says a lot when the microtransaction community are starting to get pissed off because of all the microtransactions. I'm just saying that just goes to show how egregious these things are. Now, this is just an example of what they have recently done. So they released I'm going to come up with terms because I don't play the game. I don't know if these are the correct terms to call these types of ships, but they came out with a Enterprise class ship, which is one of the biggest, most popular like, was it luxury ships that you could probably purchase. So they came out with an Enterprise ship, and in the Enterprise ship, you need like, I can't remember if it's only like 4 people to pilot the ship or if you need like a crew of 20. Like you need like, I can't remember which one caused the controversy, but apparently you need like a certain amount of people in order to run the ship, and that pissed people off. And then in order to get like certain attachments to, like, the attachments don't automatically come with the ship, you have to buy the attachments separately. So you would have to sink like $3,000 IRL money, 3,000 IRL money into purchasing this ship. And that pissed everybody off. That pissed everybody off. These are the same people who spent thousands of dollars a month or thousands of dollars a year into this game, and then they come out with this like SS class Enterprise ship, and because of like the microtransactions and micromanagement of the ship, it pissed people off. I'm trying to build you a picture of what type of company or what type of dev studio we're dealing with, guys. This is the type of dev studio we're dealing with. They prioritize microtransactions. They keep making promises of when to release the games. And then, lo and behold, everyone was shocked when they said that, what is it? They were shocked when they said that Squadron 42 was actually going to release, because they have been developing this game for 10 to 12 years, and oh my god, we're actually going to get a release? Oh my god, because like up until this point it just felt like a scam, you know? And then lo and behold, they're going to delay it to 2026. Okay.
I'm here, by the way.
Hi, I thought I heard something. I was like, oh.
Oh man, dude, I can't. I don't like. I will not be shocked at all if the release date comes and they've pushed it back like 2 more times. The release date comes and there's nothing. There's no game. It doesn't come out.
That's what I'm.
And then, so people go to this studio, like people physically go to the studio, and it's just gone. It's not even there. The building is gone. It never existed.
Yep. That's what it feels like, because,
man.
yeah, I don't know if you heard the part but I was talking about, but they sunk like $2 billion, not 2 billion, sorry, $1 billion into this whole franchise. Hello, Rich DDD. Hello, welcome in. They spent almost 100, I'm saying numbers now. They spent $1 billion, allegedly spent $1 billion making this game. If you're pissed with those games, just buy Celeste, you won't regret. Dude, I have not played Celeste, but yeah, I know what you mean. Celeste has a lot more value than
Celeste is good.
Yeah.
Celeste is a good game.
Celeste has more value than Star Citizen. Which is so funny because I actually like, what is it? I learned about Star Citizen back in 2014, I think. And they're still talking about it now and it's still not released. That's crazy. But anyways, yeah. So I'm not really surprised. Who could have foreseen that they were going to delay what is it? They were going to delay Squadron 42. Who could have foreseen that?
Shocker.
Shock. Squadron 42 won't be this year's won't be at this year's CitizenCon event, and there's a possibility that the campaign may not meet its intended 2026 launch. So, it's been delayed. It's been delayed past 2026, and now they're saying the campaign may not meet its intended 2026 launch. So, does that mean it's not getting released at all? Do you know what I think this is? Do you know what I think this is? This is just my opinion, of course. Allegedly. This is all allegedly, because I don't know what they're doing behind the scenes. Do you know what I think this is? People, because of the egregious microtransactions, they have been stepping on people's toes. And because they've been stepping on people's toes, they're enraging the fans that feed them. And they're like, oh no, that's not good. We need to release some type of good news to appease our pay pigs. I mean, our fans, our very loyal fans. And so they released the news, hey, you know Squadron 42, that one thing you've been waiting 10 to 12 years on? It's finally getting released. And then it appeased people. They're like, oh my god, finally we're getting Squadron 42, yay! And then it got delayed. And then it's like, oh, it may not even come out in 2026. So just gotta wait and see, guys. Gotta wait and see for another 10 years, I guess. Howdy, Reaver. Hello, Tyler. Welcome in. So much news coming up. But yeah, like, that's just me, though. I'm not a developer. I don't know what's going on. But yeah. I was gonna read a little bit more of the article, but it just repeated what it already said. That, like, they're not sure if the studio will meet the 2026 release target for Squadron 42, which I just read.
Again, shocker. Absolute shocker.
Yep. So they're going to release it. Now they're backtracking. I don't know. Maybe their Star Citizen fans are willing to forgive them because they pissed. I don't know. They pissed off their fan base. And they're trying to cover their butt, but even then, it's like you're making false promises again. So I don't know. I feel like the Star Citizen fan base aren't the brightest tools in the shed, so they might be appeased by this and not raise a fuss. But we'll see. What is it? Benoit.
I mean, I get it. I really do. I grew up playing Wing Commander and then Wing Commander Privateer. Like, those games were probably, like, for me, my older brother, like, this was the most important video game ever, I think. Like, it's right up there with Jagged Alliance, the series, Warcraft, like the original Warcraft, like the RTS. You know, like Mario, like literally, these are things that are absolutely amazing. But yeah, for the life of me, I have no idea why people have been shoveling money into this company, believing they're like the first 4 years. I get it, like, you know, you're believing that it's on the way. Maybe 6. Everything after 6, you're a sucker. I'm sorry, but you're a total sucker. They could have released something tangible. Though, like, it's like the pirate game from Ubisoft. It's like they could have released 5 different versions of that game by now, but they kept throwing everything out, going all the way back to basics. And I don't know what's been happening with this game, but it has not been a genuine, like, sincere attempt at making a game. Like, it's not. Sorry, the second that you have a captain's club in which you have to spend $1,000 to get into it, I'm sorry, but this is a joke. Okay, this is a joke. You're being had. They probably employ Satan as their actual, like, microtransaction dude. Like I'm sorry, it's just, that's the way this is. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I don't know how people can just go along with this for so long. Like, for so long, dude. It has been so long.
And then
they even
defend it so vehemently.
And they,
like, jeez,
for so long, and they haven't really showed much to say that the game's even coming out, dude. They keep making all these false promises. I don't know. Whatever. It's whatever. People are allowed to spend their money on whatever they want to do. It's just, at some point, when do you realize that it has gone too far? When does that start to compute? But whatever. I feel like that the community might forgive them and continue on the way that they usually do. Here's to them collecting another 2 billion. Let's go for the 2 billion mark. CIG or whoever makes Star Citizen. But yeah, we love to see it. Moving on. So, okay, so I know that news has been spreading about this. I don't know if you already seen it on the internet, but Stop Killing Games, 97% of collected signatures were valid in Stop Killing Games petition. Thank you, Lord. Thank God.
Thank goodness.
Thank
That also
goodness.
means that this flies in the face of everybody who was trying to downplay this. Yeah, this is a massive win. Thank you. This is amazing. Oh my goodness.
There was not gonna lie, everyone was a little scared because people were worried that there were trolls who were leaving false
Mhm.
signatures on the petition, or not petition, but on the civil complaint. And nope, turns out 97% of it was actually legit, which is amazing because we over exceeded the signature requirement. Like it went over like what, maybe 2,000? Wait,
Mhm.
what was the target? It was supposed to be like 100,000 signatures, and then we exceeded that. It went up to like 120,000, maybe
No,
two hundred thousand.
yeah, last I checked, it was really, really high. Like they really smashed it out of the park.
Yeah. So the fact that 97% of it was uh valid, that's crazy. That means we still over exceeded the number of the civil complaint, which is crazy. That's crazy. It goes to show that a lot of at least a lot of Europeans came together to sign the petition. Sorry, I keep saying petition. That's not what it really is. It's actually like a government document. A petition is like more of a civil rally, but what people have been signing is like a legit government, European government document that the government has to look at because so many European citizens find fault with whatever, whatever incident has occurred. They can come together and say, hey, this is a document that we have all signed. You must and you have to look at it. Oh, that's amazing. Glad we have one win in this godforsaken planet. I mean, we're getting there slowly but surely. We're getting there. It feels like the world is really against us right now with Visa, MasterCard, with the AAA
Yeah,
industry,
there's been there's been more
Nintendo.
drama on that front. PayPal has been discovered that they've been withholding money from some of these people that they stood up on, and
Oh,
it's been a
yeah.
while now. Yeah, really
Yeah,
terrible.
there's been some incidents where MasterCard, if they find out that you have worked on not safe for work games, it doesn't matter if it's legal in that country, they will not pay you, which is illegal. Them doing this is illegal. You guys do realize this. This is highly illegal. They cannot do that. Legally, they cannot withhold payment. Just they can't do that. They can't withhold payment just because they don't like what the person does. That doesn't make sense. That's not how that works. Oh yay, more PayPal mafia. Yeah, it's not, except it's not PayPal doing it this time. It's MasterCard and Visa itself. But yeah, legally they cannot withhold payments because of stupid shit like that. That's not even legal. That's like that's not even a legal thing to do. Like that's not what is it? I'm trying to say it in like the most eloquent way, but I'm so not eloquent right now. It is such a nonsense thing to do. That is such nonsense. Like the person isn't a criminal. They haven't been using transactions to buy criminal stuff, illegal things. That's not what's going on. They're getting paid for a service, which is legal. Just because it's not safe for work stuff doesn't mean it's illegal. It is legal stuff that is allowed. Because I think this happened in the UK, which happened in the UK. So it's like, what are you doing? It's like stopping a company from buying apples just because the CEO of MasterCard doesn't like apples. That's how ridiculous that is. That is, and you would think that's exactly what is happening. Like legit. They're stopping people from receiving money and receiving products because MasterCard just don't like it. They don't like that. Are you fucking serious? To be fair, banks hold more power than most, if not all, world governments, so breaking a law isn't very difficult for them if we don't get a stupid amount of regular people to stand up to them. That's why people are making such a big fuss about it, and it reached, thankfully, at least the US president. So the US president is very aware of what's going on right now. Unfortunately, putting laws in place takes time, so it might be another month or so before we hear anything about like trying to stop this kind of bullshittery. We've talked about this before. Like we talked about this last week. It takes time for any type of process to go through, especially if the people who are doing things unconstitutional, it it and they're fighting it. It takes a while for it to be processed. I just I'm just very baffled that they think they have the power to do this and that there was no going to be no consequences to this. Do you realize how dumb this is? Like you really showed your hand. You really showed your hand. Like it's one thing to see like moving in the shadows, like there's one thing to move in the shadows and to like quietly do things like this, which would have been like another like ooh conspiracy theory stuff, but it's like an open secret that everybody knows that they do that. You know what I mean? It could have been one of those incidences, but no. They really played their hands. They showed that they have too much power, and they showed it to people who actually don't like it when they do that. And so it's like, are you fucking dumb? Are you stupid? And to think that this all started with a freaking Karen group in Australia. That's crazy. But
A
yeah.
bunch of vile hags, I think you mean.
Oh yeah, a bunch of vile hags. So,
Like
yeah.
the original way, the original like they're the humans have come up with the names for things, and a hag was a good name that embodied some really terrible people. And it's like, yeah, today those are the hags. Those are the people who go out of the way to make society suffer to the point where you will cause like long-term destruction to your nation. And you're like, come on, Saib, it's not that crazy, is it? Like it's not like that seems a little insane, don't you think? Like, isn't that just a little overboard? It's like, no, no, you are literally causing the destruction on a mass level by doing this, by feeding this kind of a thing, because this just destroys society. Censorship destroys society. It creates things that we can't get above and we can't fix for long periods of time. So yeah, it's nasty.
I'm still, yeah. It's just, you would think that evil masterminds would be, I don't know, more smart with how they do things, but, I guess it's
Yeah, you'd think.
silly me for thinking that clever villains in fiction aren't the same IRL. Like, they accidentally disappeared myself. Anyways, but yeah, you'd think that they'd be more clever, but I guess they're not really clever. They just think they are. Tyler said conservative Karen group strikes again. Yeah, that was surprising. I didn't realize that they were
It's not.
conservative, but it makes sense, I
They're
guess.
not. No, they're not conservative. I've
Oh,
looked at what their beliefs are. They're um they the leader claims one conservative standpoint, which she doesn't really like interact with, and then everything else is like a pretty far left wing. And I mean, like, yeah, it's like what we've seen recently just this week. Do not mistake the ideal or the concept that yeah, this is like I'm trying not to get too political. We've seen in the last week how people will take the slightest thing and try to like paint the other side of the row with that brush, right? Like
Mm.
we've seen it. Jimmy Fallon is a gigantic tool. Like obvious, like honestly, he's just a tool.
Yeah, I don't really like him.
Um, yeah, no,
I didn't think he
he's
was
a
that funny.
gigantic
That's
tool.
what I meant. I didn't.
Yeah,
I don't really
he's
care.
not funny at all.
I don't really
Yeah,
care for him as a person. Like, I don't really care. He can go do whatever he wants. He can go make his millions. I just don't care. He's just,
yeah,
it's just whatever. I don't
yeah.
think he's funny.
So,
People think he's funny. It's whatever. I'm
but
not.
the reason why he was kicked off was kind of obvious, and it's like, yeah, it's like there are people who will use their enemy as a scapegoat for their own actions. And so that's what I mean by like, don't don't take it with a grain of salt, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not always clear who's behind these things, right?
Yeah. What is it? They keep trying to paint the guy who did that really bad thing recently to Charlie Kirk. They keep trying to paint him as a conservative when all of his postings
It's
and
like
all of his
obviously
opinions,
not.
yeah, all of his opinions are very progressive and left wing, and how much, yeah, it's just his girlfriend is a trans woman. Like, come on, like that's a, anyways. But yeah, now the feminist woke shitstorm has been degrading the U.S. for a decade, maybe even more than that. This has been going on back in 2014 and a little bit longer than that, I believe. So it's been going on for about almost 10 years now. Yeah, but it's because I remember, look, guys, I got into gaming in 2014 after I graduated high school. That's why I keep saying 2014. I got into gaming around that time, and during that time was when Anita Sarkeesian started making her way on the scene and started saying shit about, the gaming industry. And what is it? And I did look back on some old previous comedian shows because I do love stand-up comedy, and this stuff has been around for a while, actually. Like, this progressive thinking and stuff has been around for a while. It's just that it's garnered more attention the last couple of years, unfortunately. And now we're in crazy land and people are getting hurt. People don't care that people are getting hurt because they follow one ideology that is not the same as theirs, and which isn't that the definition of fascism? But whatever. Anyways, evil masterminds don't have to be smart when the general populace has shown time and time again that they aren't smart. Oh, you mean the populace isn't smart? Oh, okay. Well, that's just rude. That's just rude. Look, 90%, look, 90%, even 99%, 90% of the population doesn't conform to, quote unquote, the popular mainstream ideology. You'd actually be surprised how a lot of people don't actually believe in the mainstream stuff. Do you know who believes in the mainstream stuff? The 1%. It's the 1%. The LGBT group, that's even a little less than 1%, as far as I know. Some people said that the LGBT stuff has been skyrocketing since it became more mainstream to be LGBT. I'm sorry, guys, but there is such thing as posers, and young kids can be posers. I just have to say that. I feel like we kind of forgot that that is a thing, that kids do stuff to seem cool in whatever age that they're in, to get popular and stuff. Does it mean that they're actually into those things? No, they just like to pretend that they're cool. That's what a poser is. I feel like we forgot that that was a word we used to have in our language, but yeah. But yeah, I feel like the only reason, like, the LGBT, what is it, population skyrocketed overnight was because there's some poser children, but, you know. I'm not saying that, like, bisexual people and stuff and all of them don't exist. They do exist. I'm just saying that it skyrocketed at an unnatural level. Because if you actually look at the statistics, it skyrocketed, like, to an unnatural degree. It was, what is it? Artificially conflated. Meaning that, like, does that mean that probably not. Probably not. We probably don't actually have as many transgender, non-binaries as much as the graphs are saying right now. Alphabet people have also been grooming kids into their movement, which is take on so many notes. Yeah, there has been incidences of that happening. And people like to pretend that it's not happening, but it's true. Like, children are very susceptible to grooming, and people would like to think that the LGBT community is free of that kind of stuff. It's not. There has been many a time where people have used, being gay as a way to prey on young children. And I know about this because if you had, have you seen the documentary of Nickelodeon's Dark History? One of the predators that preyed on young boys, Drake Bell, I believe his name was. What the reason why he got away with it was because he claimed he was gay, and so people turned a blind eye to him sexually hurting young boys. So yeah, we need to stop doing that. I know it's kind of crazy that I have to say that. We need to stop protecting the predators. We need to actually, say no and say that this is a bad thing, that predators have infiltrated the LGBT community. And we need to say that they're not part of the LGBT community. They're pedos. They are not one of us. They are not bisexual. They are not gay. They are pedos. They are not transgender. They are predators. Why is that so hard to say? I don't understand why that's such a bad thing to say. There are good trans people. There are good bisexuals. There are good gays. There's good lesbians. I think we need to start calling out the bad ones. I don't know why that's a bad thing to say. I don't know why that's something to be canceled for. Not everyone is good. I'm sorry that that's just a surprising thing to say. When I say general populace not acting smart, I mean I do see the amount of people who are against bad things happening but just don't do anything. Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point. That is definitely the general... The people who do something are absolutely a minority of the populace with a lot of bad things. Not all, but a lot. Hence why the same bad things keep happening. I'm not gonna lie. The reason why it's gotten so bad in the last 5 years is because of it's not unwilling compliance. What is it called? Like, willful incompetence? Like, no one's been, like, okay, we have been very accommodating. We have been very accommodating for a good 2 to 3 years, I believe, of the 5 years that this shit has been happening. I think we've been very accommodating to all of this, I think. So I would like to believe. People didn't really care. People were actually very open-minded about this. They were even open-minded about, trans kids and stuff. The things escalated. Things have escalated. Things have gotten not good. Things have gotten bad. Because we have been so accepting, people have been taking advantage. And you can't deny that that's not been, you can't say that that's not been happening. That's exactly what's been happening. You can even say it in the gaming industry. People have been taking advantage of gamers for a very long time. The AAA industry has been stepping on gamers, not listening to anything we fucking say. They literally have been blatantly ignored us, and yet they cry victim when they don't get money. It's because they don't care about treating us like people. We are not equals. They do not see us as equals. They do not see us as the same as them. Well, to be perfectly honest, we're not. Let's be perfectly plain. We're not, because they own yachts and they own islands and we don't. So they obviously have some type of elitist mindset. And plus they live in California, and Californians think they're better than everyone else in America. So what's the quote? You can be accepting to all, but if you are accepting to the people who aren't accepting, your community will quickly become full of unaccepting. Something like that. I think the original quote was more about fascism. I mean, that's what it is. That's what it is. Like, the normies were like, you need to accommodate to our feelings. And so the gaming industry, there was a turning point. The gaming industry was for gamers. But then they started to become a lot more apathetic to what gamers want. They started caring more about greed. And they started to care more about normies instead of gamers. Gamers are not normies. We're not the same. We're not the same fan base. But they're like, we need to cater to the trends. Do you know what's trendy right now? LGBT stuff. Do you know what's trendy right now? Progressiveness. Or at least back in the day it was. Like a couple years ago. It was like they
It was all forced though, because
yeah, it was all forced.
at no point was it ever, hey, let's hear out people, right? Like I remember there was this brief moment where it was like, hey, let's hear everybody out. And this was like early on. It was like, hey, if you've been abused, if you have a story, let's hear it. If you are, if you grew up with some kind of a difficulty or some kind of a condition, it's like, let's talk about it. And it was like actually, like, people sitting down and listening. And I remember one of the biggest things at that time was this story. I think it was in a movie where this guy was like, he was a cripple, and old fashioned terminology, right? So, like, he's this guy. He's lame. He's got these bum legs. Can't really walk. And he says that, I think it was a musical. Anyways, he goes, it's really hard for I'm trying to remember the quote verbatim, so I'm going to say the word cripple. If that offends you, I'm sorry. That you're an idiot. So he goes, yeah, I'm a cripple, and these cripples, the real cripples, we have a hard time because there are other people out there who pose as cripples and who take our jobs, and then we have a harder time because we got to be fighting them and all of the other normal people. And these people come along and they pretend to be us and they take our stuff. I think it was Newsboys, now that I think about it, because that's where the accent reminds me of, is like early level, like New York, like turn of the century kind of thing. But yeah, that's the thing. And I remember that conversation, and then I remember it was somebody in a social group of mine who heard that, like it's like a light, like either when a light goes on in somebody's eyes, or like their eyes have the little money signs that go cha-ching up in their face, and they realize that there's a way that they can make money. And this guy, the next time I saw him, he was grifting as somebody with these problems, even though I'm like, dude, you don't have any of those problems. He's like, yeah, but it's easy money.
Wow.
And then he proceeded to get, like, every year that I knew him going on from that point, he had a new thing. And he was the new thing, and he was talking about it. Oh yes, I have this. And he just kept getting, like, more and more and more. And I stopped being friends with him because I'm like, this guy's a poser. Like, he's a poser in the worst way. He's posing as somebody who he is not, to make money that should be that person's money. That should be going to somebody else. and he was running some kind of charity and getting money like sent over to him because of this stuff. He was like going door to door, and again, it's like why? Because it's free money. He didn't have to work for it. You know, I mean, he was working for it because he figured out a way to screw out other people who had that condition over. And so that's what I've seen, especially in the gaming industry, is that there's nobody like all of these like things that people are chasing. They're not actually genuinely interested in though in fixing those things. They're doing it for clout. They're doing it for a showcase. If you doubt it, just honestly go look at the inclusivity awards that are given out at the Game Awards every year, where it's like we put in the ability to adjust volume, and you've got a bunch of these seals just like just like clapping their asses off, and it's like you put in volume control and you submitted that as an actual like, hey, we're super progressive because we're catering to everybody by allowing them the ability to adjust the volume. Like what?
What?
No, you can't be serious. And yes, that was one of the contenders. Why? Because they're posers, they're fakes, they're people who are manufacturing or artificially holding up a position going, oh yeah, hey, we're doing this because because we can and that makes us money. Like yeah, that's
Yeah.
oh that's not good. That's not good.
Okay, let me catch up with chat here. California is in denial. It's pathetic to look at. They are making the US a laughingstock for the entire world. I am very well aware. I'm very well aware.
Right?
Uh, Polly said it a lot. He said, tell me sweet little lies. He said, I voted for it. You're welcome. Stares in superior Eastern European gamer. He's talking about the European civil complaint. Think of the poor elites and scientists. Oh my. Person breathes in and out. Jimmy Fallon starts to laugh like total lunatic. Really? Genius comedy? Oof. Yeah, he wasn't the best comedian. Rich DDD says, what's your favorite game? Me personally, I love the Dragon Age series up until Dragon Age Inquisition. If I have to be, I need to be specific about that. I have not played Veilguard, and I don't know if I want to, but yeah, I love the Dragon Age series up to a point. But yeah, that series is dead by this point. I highly doubt it's gonna get another installment. Uh, I kind of want to talk about Mass Effect. I kind of like was catching up on like Mass Effect and like they're pretty much their spiritual successors. And Mass Effect, honestly, at this point, I think BioWare needs to just stop. I think it's done. I think BioWare needs to go out to pasture. I think they have done as much as they can. It's on life support. And EA just keeps kicking them, hoping that something comes out of it. I don't know. I'm not as excited for Mass Effect 5 as others are. I'm sure there's still Mass Effect fanboys out there still crossing their fingers, but after Andromeda, dude, I don't think Mass Effect 5. Okay, after Andromeda and the state that Veilguard was in, I don't think that those are good signs for Mass Effect 5. In fact, it actually makes me not hyped at all for Mass Effect 5. And I think it's okay to say you're done with BioWare now. I'm forgiving myself because I'm such a huge BioWare fan. I was a huge BioWare fan ever since I started gaming. And yeah, I think it's okay to say that BioWare is dead, like officially. Like, yeah, I know Mass Effect 5 hasn't even come out yet. I think it's done. I think it's okay to say that it's done now. I mean, good for them if they release Mass Effect like 5 as a masterpiece, but at this point I'm just so ready to embrace other studios that I know is going to take care of me as a gamer. Do you know what I mean? Like, there are so many studios out there now that cater to my needs. I love RPGs. I love romance. And there are like 2 to 3 different studios out there who give those to me. And BioWare has not given those to me in a satisfying manner in years, dude, years. Like, holy shit. Every what is it? Every new game that comes out of them has failed and flopped, and there's a reason for that. I I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. I really do hope Mass Effect 5 is a banger, cuz that just means another RPG for me to play. But we also need to acknowledge, not just me, we also need to acknowledge that there are other gaming companies out there who are more willing to give you what you want than others. Like Larian Studios, Owlcat Games, Owlcat Games, the new, oh god, what's the studio working on Exodus? God, I forgot the name. It's not Skeleton Key.
Type.
Archetype Entertainment. They're coming out with so many good games. The games aren't even released yet. They're just releasing, like, what is it? They're releasing like some game footage here and there and some game lore. But I am so excited because Archetype Entertainment is made by the same people who made Mass Effect. They made Mass Effect.
Yeah.
And they're heading this new project.
And I've talked to a couple of them at this was years ago. I'm not spoiling anything. Years ago, when they just got up and running, I ran into a bunch of them over at a convention, and I was chit chatting with them, and I think they were just like starting like to get the game concept running, and a lot of them were really excited for it. And I hope it works out, because I really do. I really want to see more of these Canadian studios do well, because I fear so much for what we've had recently. It's been kind of crappy. So
yeah, I mean, I'm more of a fantasy RPG myself, but I also really I've Warhammer 40K has gotten me into more of the sci-fi. Yeah, it's like sci-fi fantasy for 40K, but it's got me more into the space opera genre that's similar to Mass Effect. And I know there's a difference between, because another game I'm excited for, oh god, Osiris Reborn. It's The Expanse. The Expanse, Osiris Reborn. That's a third-person shooter that is also being worked on by Owlcat. That is more of a very grounded sci-fi experience, which I'm excited for, because Owlcat does not disappoint when it comes to RPGs. They do not disappoint when it comes to freaking romances. Ooh, I am so excited. I cannot wait. This is their first third person shooter game that they're getting involved in, because the other games that they previously worked on were like C RPGs, I believe. Where it's like that top-down view, and then you have to like move the characters like chess pieces. Or
yeah, well,
ARPGs.
Yeah, it's ARPGs. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the terminology has kind of gotten a little bit grayish.
Yeah, I'm not sure
in
what.
recent years.
Yeah, it's just
It's like,
Diablo games. There's a little. Well, actually, Diablo's like a ARPG, but with like soul Dark Souls mechanics. But whatever. That's not a good comparison. But basically, it's just, they are so good at writing characters. They're so good at writing stories. And what makes me have such faith in Owlcat Studios is because now, like, they've already proven that they can write good stories. What makes me appreciate them as a studio is that they don't pull any punches. They go for dark subject matter. They're not scared to touch dark subject matter. And that just gives me so much faith, because a lot of studios are scared to even do that nowadays. So it's like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I feel like we're getting back into a kind of a renaissance era of gaming, where like indie studios are starting to embrace taboo subjects. Because like Hellraiser, the new Hellraiser game, that's coming out. That has a lot of eyes on it. But let's be honest, AAA studios are not gonna fucking touch that. They're not gonna touch that. They're not gonna touch that IP. But what it, I need to do research on this. I do acknowledge that. But from what I understand, the guy who wrote Hellraiser is working in tandem with an indie studio to make this game. I could be wrong. Wait, let me look it up. Let me look it up. Let me not hold on. Hellraiser game dev studio. So they're working with a studio called Best Team Games with Saber Interactive serving as the publisher. And also collaborating on the project according to Games Press. Okay. Saber Interactive, is that a interactive? Is that like a smaller publishing studio? It says they're doing the Jurassic Park.
Yeah, I'm trying to come up with a joke.
Oh, they did a Warhammer 40K. God damn it, what was that game called?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But I'm trying to come up with it because in the office their artificial thing was called Saber, like their like iPhone, like their technological stuff was like
they published Space Marines 2. They helped publish Space Marines 2. Okay, they're pretty decent. All right. They have some heavy hitters under their belt. Sorry, what were you saying?
So in the Office series, right? Mm-hmm. So in the Office series, there's a fake product launch content like that they make like fun of, and it's basically just iPhone, like it's like this Saber thing, but it's the Saber products is what they refer to it as.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, it's very funny to me because whenever somebody says Saber, like I know they're an actual studio, but all I see the guy who plays Jim doing that terrible like product launch thing for it. It's very funny. Their tablets are triangles instead of squares.
Oh my. Knock on wood.
It's all fake, yeah.
Knock on wood, but Polly says, I'm just surprised that Games Workshop did not yet find a way to screw Owlcat Games over, because Owlcat Games worked with GameShop to produce Rogue Trader, which is one of their popular ARPGs. What's up, Weeva? Hello, Size, welcome in. Rogue Trader is great. Their fear makes them weak. Yeah. I have just moved on. I got better things to do than kicking the corpse of BioWare, so it will magically rise from the dead and do something of worth. Yeah, I think it's like, I kind of got into perspective of it because I visited an old YouTube channel that I would rely on for like the latest BioWare news, especially when it came to Veilguard. And I was like, I haven't seen this guy in a while. Like, what has he been working on ever since Veilguard was released? And I was shocked when he said that he was very disappointed with the game and that the game didn't live up to the hype. And I was like, ooh, because like he was such a Dragon Age fanboy. And I honestly thought he was going to like praise the hell out of it. But no, he said that it was a very mid experience and he was very disappointed. And then he started moving on. He moved his YouTube channel away from Veilguard, obviously, since Veilguard is the end of the end. Like, you know, what else is he going to work on? So he's been focusing on other RPGs coming out, like Exodus, Osiris Reborn, and the new Bloodlines 2, Vampires the Masquerade game that's coming out. And yeah, it just made me realize like just how over BioWare is, or at least when it came to the Dragon Age series. Like it just it just felt so final, especially with seeing how the YouTubers are just moving on from it so quickly. And yeah, it just made me realize that there really is other gaming dev studios that do it better. They're doing it way better. They actually care about their fans. They actually care about making stories and making games that people can live in and experience. And we take that for granted. And I feel like we have taken that for granted for a while now. Like I think we should show a lot more appreciation to the devs who actually care. Because it's so easy to forget that there are devs out there that care. Because there's so many that don't, you know, especially in the AAA industry. But it just warms my heart, and it kind of just hit me now that, like, this is such a rare thing and that we should really appreciate it. I am weak for Vampire the Masquerade. Bloodlines played so perfectly into my interest that I can't even. Dude, I know a lot of people are saying that Bloodlines 2 isn't gonna live up to the first Bloodlines, which is fair. I'm pretty sure that they're gonna implement things that are going to rub people the wrong way, but I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't know. I don't want to. I don't want to just. I'm hoping that it's good. I'm hoping that it's good. Sorry if I'm such. What is it? A stupid optimist, especially when it comes to RPGs that I'm interested in. But I think this game might actually be good. It seems that the mechanics for the games work really well. The fighting looks very smooth. They said that during the first 2 hours of the game, it's going to be linear, but after that, like, the map opens up to you and you can, like, interact with different factions and do different missions for them, and so it's not, like, so linear anymore. They just want to get you through the storyline first of, like, the characters and meeting people, and then after, I think after you meet the prince, then you can go and do whatever you want. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just being stupid because I was willing to give Veilguard the benefit of the doubt, but then stuff came out about Veilguard, so I don't know. Maybe stupid stuff will come out after the first 2 hours, and I don't know. We'll have to see. How could it live up to it, but it might still be an okay game? Yeah, fair enough. Someone actually did a retrospective of the studio and, like, where it was at the beginning of the project and now where it's at right now. And I've heard some kind of concerning news. I've heard some concerning things. The Chinese room said that they just started making their own game. They don't know how to make RPGs, but they have been tasked to do so. And yeah, like someone said, if the game isn't Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, then why does it have the same title with a 2 next to it? And why didn't they call it something else? And the Chinese room said they were told to call it Bloodlines 2. That's what they said. They said they were told to call it Bloodlines 2, even if it's not similar to the first game. So that's a little concerning. But yeah. Also, they also emphasized that they are trying to show the difference of what happened back in the old days and, like, how modern things have gotten in 2024. And I'm like, oh, they're like, it's no longer early 2000s, guys. And I'm like, can it though? Can we still stay in the 2000s, please? Where things weren't so crazy? I've got to head out, Reaver. Have a good rest of the stream. Okay, bye, Tyler. Have a good one. Thank you for stopping by. They're like, God damn it. The fact that the devs were like, it's not the early 2000s anymore, guys. We're not going to base the game off of early 2000s. And I'm like, can we go back? Can we go back to the early 2000s where things weren't so complicated? I mean, things weren't great, but at least it had, like, they made sense, though. It made sense. Things made sense. And then now stuff doesn't make sense anymore. But the early 2000s was kind of just better. It was better because it wasn't so complicated. Now everything's complicated. Now you have to be careful what you say, or you're gonna end up offending the wrong person. And it's like, but I didn't even say anything worth offending. But they're like doing mental gymnastics to twist your words into something that was offensive. And you're like, what? That is not what I meant. That is not what I said. But whatever. Anyways, things are so complicated now. Ugh. Anyways, yeah. So they're trying to bring old vampires from the 19th century into modern day 2024. And I swear to God, if like something tells me that some vampires are not going to act in a way that would be a stereotypical vampire thing to do. Something tells me. I don't give a shit if they get offended. That is their weakness of character, not my problem. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just a little worried. I'm just a little worried about Bloodlines 2. It looks like it could be a pretty decent game. It looks like it could be a pretty decent game. I don't know. They have dialogue trees. They have choices. I don't know. It could be another Veilguard. It could be another Veilguard where they reduce your choices to just 2 different choices, and it doesn't matter what you choose because the world is just going to stay the same. It could literally be that. It could have its problems. You could choose to side with the not the Toreador, the Ventru. You could choose to side with the Ventru, which is like the political savvy blood of kings vampires, the elitist vampires. You can choose to side with elitist vampires, and then no one really reacts that you did that. No one really cares that you destroyed half the city for the elitists, and everyone's like, oh hey, it's that guy, I know you. And it's like, I literally murdered your family like not that long ago, and you're just saying hi to me like we're old friends. Like, do you know what I mean? I feel it could be like that. I hope it's not like that, but it could be. But yeah, there's nothing I hate more than a non-reactive RPG. It's really frustrating. But yeah, there's a lot of RPGs coming out. There's a lot of studios who are doing their best to make good games, especially the dev studio that came out with Expedition 33. People who just want to make silly games like Schedule 1. There's a lot of people who put their heart and soul into things, and you can tell. And yeah. It makes me excited for the future. I feel like we're definitely going into a indie renaissance. I should play Masquerade 2, but you will get my review for it as paid DLC. Give me money, Reaver. I have to give you money for paid, I have to pay you for a freaking review. Boo. But yeah. Oh yeah, and apparently the backlash got so bad for the DLC stuff that they're thinking about retracting the DLC, the day 1 DLC. So, yeah. I don't know. I wonder if it's still up. Let me see. Let's see if it's still on Steam. Because last time I checked, they still had the DLC, but they had it as like the Ultimate Edition pack instead of like buying it separately. I mean, they also said that for vampires, for Bloodlines 2, there was going to be... What's Flower and Flame? What's that? The Flower and the Flame. What is this? Did they get rid of it? They got rid of it! Yo, they got rid of the DLC! They even got rid of the... Yeah, they got rid of the DLC charting, where it showed the different DLC charts. They got rid of the classes. They got rid of the DLC. Okay, the Santa Monica Memories, that's still a DLC, which it just shows references to Bloodlines 1. That's what Santa Monica Memories is. Oh, never mind. They have They have story DLC now. Okay, so the whole issue that people raised was that for Bloodlines 2, they had what is it? They had classes. They had two classes in a DLC pack that you had to buy, which was like day one $30 DLC pack in order to get access to these two classes. So even though they made the classes available, they still need to make some kind of money, it seems, because now they have two story packs, two story pack DLCs. How much are you? How much are you? It doesn't really give me a... Oh, don't look at me. Don't look at me like that, my lady. Jesus. It's a little not safe for work for that angle. Okay, so it's not giving me a price for the story DLC. It's not giving me a price, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's the same $30. Ooh, he's cute. Who's that? Who's that guy? Is he?
I thought about, I was going through some of the Steam games and I saw
Oh
one.
wait,
I'm like,
that's.
well, Reaver would love this game.
Oh
Probably
wait,
not going to show it to her.
wait. What? Why aren't you gonna show it to me?
It's just a little thirsty. Just a little.
Can't even join me on Discord.
It's
Okay,
it's got it's I can't even remember the name of it, but it had
okay,
two male characters. Yeah, yeah. There's
okay. Discord
all
right
kinds
now,
of
right now. Discord right now, right now.
ah,
No ifs, ands, or
where
buts. Okay, so the guy I was thirsting after was actually the main character. He just had a buzz cut. I didn't recognize him. I thought he was an NPC. No, it was.
how very deep of you. How very deep of you. He had a buzz cut. I was thirsting over him.
What? He looked different. He looked very handsome. Okay, he had piercings and scars on his face. He looked so cool, and I thought he was this one NPC who wears a hood. Like, okay, so there's an NPC. Depending on what clan you're in, you have different contacts. One of the contacts is this dude who wears a hood, and he just has like facial piercings all over his face. I thought it was that guy. I thought it was that guy, but no, it's not that guy. It's the main character. Which goes to show the main character is pretty hot in certain aspects. But yeah, I'm also a little disappointed because they said that the romance in the game isn't going to play out as traditionally as you would expect because they're vampires and vampires aren't the same as humans. So what they consider romantic would be a lot different than what humans would consider romantic. So like killing your enemies right in front of you would probably seem very romantic to some people. Like in the vampire world, they're like, look, this guy bullied you in high school. Let me off him for you. Sorry. Don't do that. Don't do that as an this is don't actually do that, guys. That's not a real form of love in IRL. Vampire the Masquerade though. But yeah, they're still trying to make their money back. I can't really fault them. They really need something to I guess they really need something to make back all the money that they spent to make this game. I kind of want to romance the sheriff dude. He looks like he's an asshole and he's just covered in scars and that's pretty badass. So I kind of want to romance him, but something tells me he's not going to be an easy lay. But there's also that other dude. Is he a Ventru? Yeah. There's that other, like, what is it? Dude who's, like, in a suit. Kind of want to romance him, too. Is his name Calloway? It used to be Cross, but they changed his name to, like, Calloway or something. Callahan. They need money so they can make Bloodlines 3 and actually make one with a character creator that's... God, I want them to succeed in the way that... I don't know, dude. I don't fucking know. Like, I have reservations. I feel like they're gonna put fucking politics, modern day politics in the game that has no business to do with the masquerade. God damn it. Anyways, I don't know. That's just me. I feel like they're gonna put politics into it that has no bearing over vampire masquerade. They're vampires who have their own shit going on, and you want to implement human ideology shit into the vampire shit when it's like vampires don't really whatever. Anyways, vampires aren't supposed to be the same as humans, yet they are doing the same. Like, I don't know. I'm worried that they're going to implement modern day shit into the game, and
yeah,
because that's what has been going on the last couple of years, is that the games that have released have had modern day stuff. Preaching and all that. And it's annoying because games didn't used to be like that. They had nuance. It didn't matter if you were a man or a woman. It didn't matter if you were black or if you're white. It didn't matter. It just mattered if you were about who you were as a person. And like what characters...
As the great philosopher Michael Jackson once said.
I don't care if you're black or white. Because, god damn it, Side. Also,
I know, I'm such a shit.
Also, the Honorable Martin Luther King Jr., he said that it's not matter about the color of your skin, it matters about the person's character. And I feel like a lot of people forget that. But yeah, everything's like all surface level now, but I don't know. I feel like they might have a good game on their hands. The story might not be actually that bad, but we'll see. I keep going back and forth. I know I'm very like on the fence about this, but it's just like I really can't tell. It looks good to me. What I have seen so far looks good, but looks can be deceiving. We have been deceived before. Like, just because the gameplay looks good doesn't mean that it's not gonna shit itself later down the line. Just because the story looks interesting and good doesn't mean it's not gonna shit itself down the line. Like, the ending could suck. The ending could suck. That fucking happened to me when I was playing Vampire. I fucking was so excited for that game, but literally halfway through the game, the fucking writing went out the fucking window. And some of the shit that happened in it made no fucking sense. In fact, it became a political rant. Modern day political rant. This took place in the 1900s, guys. This took place in the 1900s. But the fucking story took a back seat because whoever fucking wrote the second half of the vampire story, they wanted to make a fucking political rant about how the antagonist wanted to build a wall between the elites and the poor people. And I was like, this was during the height of the Trump era. And it's like, of course they needed to feel the need to make a fucking Trump reference in a game that took place in the 1900s. Look, it was very on the nose, okay? Especially during the height of the political climate around that time, all right? It was very obvious what they were trying to say. And I was like, can we get back to vampires being vampires? Might I add, they took inspiration from Vampire the Masquerade. What pissed me off is that they introduced, like, 2 different vampire species in the story, and then they just disappeared. They just, like, fucking disappeared. They were talking about, like, a vampire council, and, like these different vampires want to be, like, on equal footing with other vampires, and then they just fucking disappear from the story. Like, they just show up as, like, enemy NPCs. They show up, like, to fight you, but then they don't show up in the story itself. They kind of just disappear, and then the story focuses on the fucking vampires or the elitists wanting to build a wall to separate themselves from the poor people, and then that was it. And I was like, what? And might I add, the fucking last... Sorry, I'm going on a fucking huge rant. I was so disappointed with Vampire. Like, the fucking boss fight was so goddamn easy. I was on normal mode, and that shit was so goddamn easy. I did the same shit that I was doing with the other fucking enemy NPCs. I was doing the hit, then dodge out of the way. It was literally hit, dodge, hit, dodge, hit, dodge. Literally the whole sequence for me to kill the boss. And she's supposed to be a goddess, dude. She's supposed to be a vampire goddess, and I was able to beat her in less than 10 minutes. It was literally just hit, dodge, hit, dodge. It was so fucking easy. And it was so goddamn disappointing, because they were making it seem like she was, like, gonna be this, like, badass thing, but she just fell so easily. It was stupid. And I was like, what? And it's just, god damn it, the story sucked, alright? I think what happened was that they replaced the original writers for the game halfway through the development, because you can fucking see it. You can see it in the game.
Yeah, sounds about right.
The game was so fucking interesting. It's like the beginning of the game was so good. Like the buildup of the story was so good. You're introduced to different characters and different species of vampires. And then it just disappears. It just stops. And then it's just like, oh, you need to do this, and you're just doing like collecting missions or whatever. Like, I don't know. It's just, you can tell that the quality of the story went downhill. And I'm like, okay. I feel like I'm the only one who hated Vampire. Everyone keeps bringing up how Vampire was like a good vampire RPG. It wasn't. It fucking sucked. Yeah, Vampire sucked. Thank you, Narlucha. A thing happened and I just noped out. Dude, even the romance in Vampire was so fucking stupid. Don't get me wrong. I know that like back in the day, in the 18 to 1900s, like marrying people was kind of a fast thing and is like not normal for what we do now. But the way that shit happened in the fucking story was too fast. They literally only talked 2 or 3 times. And most of it was her asking, or it was mostly her answering the main character's questions. And then the next fucking time I talked to her, she's like, I have feelings for you. When did that happen? When did he show up with flowers to woo you?
Well,
when did that fucking happen? What? When was that?
Well, it's sort of like, if you remember in Dragon Age 2.
There was no flirt option. It just happened.
If you told one of the guys, he's like, tells you this really sad story. He's like, yeah, my family died. It was really terrible, and I was all alone all my life, and I'm so happy to like have friends now. And you're like, your 2 options was, you're such a jerk. Go to bed. Get out of my party. F you. Or, that's okay, mate. And you press that's okay, mate. 30 seconds later, you're in a sex scene.
What the heck?
Doesn't, like, no warning for you whatsoever.
Wow. Wait, which one was this? For research purposes?
It was Dragon Age 2. It was so easy
Dragon
to
Age 2?
accidentally end up in bed with somebody. Yeah.
Wait, are you talking about Anders?
Yeah, Anders. You tell Anders, like,
okay,
you're like,
in Anders' defense,
to him once, and you get into bed with him. You're like, I don't think this guy is who he says he is. This doesn't seem right.
Nah, that doesn't seem right. Well, in Anders' defense, at least in the versions I played, it was very obvious to, like, with the hard options. Do you know what sucks is that when it came to Anders' romance, you have to be an asshole to Anders in order not to be in a romance with him. Like, what is it?
Yeah, you have to be cruel to him.
Yeah, there was like a crossroad. It's still in the game now. They didn't patch it out. There's a crossroads option where it's like, do you want to sleep with this guy or do you not want to sleep with this guy? It gives you 2 heart options. 2 heart options and then one broken heart option. And the broken heart option, you're an asshole. You're an asshole. And you're like, okay, I wouldn't say you're like saying shut up, Anders, but they're like, but you're like, look, I'm not interested. And then Anders like takes so sorry. He took so much offense to you saying that you're not interested. Because he's like, oh, well, I guess I misunderstood the situation. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I was just nice to you. Why are you being so offended to me saying like I'm not interested? Jesus Christ. But yeah. The way that they did Andrew's romance was not a good. They didn't write it well, in my opinion. Not that I romance him. I usually romance Fenris, my spiky little elf. So she's like Gale. That dude, there was like no hard options. It was just a thing that randomly happened in the game, and I was like, okay, we're doing this now. Because you would think that in such a progressive game that took place in the the 1900s, you would think that they wouldn't go with the stereotypical, I'm a man, she's a woman, she's the woman lead, I'm the man lead, we gotta smush, we gotta kissy face now because that is what the story demands of us. You'd think that they'd write that a little bit better, but no, they just kind of just made it fucking happen. And I was like, okay, we're doing this. I keep noticing that. Devs are like saying that they won't do the stereotypical thing of romances in games, but then they do it anyways. They do the thing that they say they weren't gonna do. It's like, it feels like such a gimmick, because that's what they did in Veilguard. They're like, we're not gonna do the click on the heart options to get a flirt and stuff to further romance. We're not gonna do that. And guess what happened? Sai? There's flirt options all over the place. There's
flirt yeah.
I guess when I say
hard to see that coming.
When I say there's flirt options, I mean there's an obvious heart indicator next to the dialogue option, meaning it's a flirt. And do you know what's crazy? Some of the dialogue in Veilguard that are flirt options, that they have a heart next to the dialogue, they're not flirts. They're just you just responding okay and no. And the okay, it has a heart next to it. I mean, yeah, I guess that could.
Are you sure that's not the same thing?
It's like, what? You're just saying okay, and you like sit down and to listen to what they have to say. That's not a flirt, guys. Do we not know what flirting is? Do we just not know what flirting is? Where are you gonna?
Developers are kind of nerdy, right? So, I mean,
have you not read?
Highly.
Have you not read romance?
They don't know how it works.
Books. Have you not read romance books? Have you not read?
They probably read bad romance books.
Probably, yeah.
The guy walks into the room, his eyes scan all the hot babes up against the wall on the far side of the dance hall. He moves his pec muscles, and all of them just melt towards him. Obviously, he walks forward and picks the prettiest girl because he's just like that. Like,
but she doesn't know that she's pretty. She's actually very shy, and she got huge. She thinks she's fat, but she has like really huge bajungas. But she wears t-shirts to hide them because she thinks she's fat. Dude, I've read so many fucking stories like that. Like, this is why I read gay shit. Okay, I feel like
I wish some of these stories that I listen to, I wish some of them had like better story writing. I'm like, okay, this is an interesting premise. Yeah, okay, this is going good. But she was the most prettiest girl, but she had no idea that she was pretty because nobody ever told her. I'm like, okay, I'm done. Nope, sorry, I'm done. No, sorry. Yeah, no. It's just like too much author self-input.
Yeah, it's very obvious that they don't know how to write romance and like how. Like, what is considered a flirt and what is not considered a flirt. You can God damn it. Like, when they made the dialogue romances for Veilguard, they were making it seem like it's a return to form on how Origins Dragon Age Origins wrote their romances. In Dragon Age Origins, their dialogue tree was so extensive to the point where it was a little hard. The protagonist was not voiced, and it was a little hard to understand the tone of the dialogue options because the character wasn't voiced. And there was like no indicator. But the reason why people love the dialogue trees in Dragon Age Origins was because it was so extensive. You could easily offend somebody with something that you said, or you can like wordmance your way into freeing a trapped spirit or having a demon work with you. Like the dialogue trees were very extensive. And like I said before, it wasn't indicated on what was a flirt option and what was not. So yeah, you'd have to be kind of very mindful of what you said to certain people because you could get into a romance with it, but it's in a way where it was obviously a flirt. It was very obvious it was a flirt. Like when God damn it. When Alistair talks about how when he was a kid, there was like a light pole and he licked the light pole and he got his tongue stuck on it because it was during winter and he thought that was a good idea. And as a female warden, you can make a very obvious innuendo about him licking poles. Anyways, yeah, like it was very obvious flirts, okay? It was very obvious. Dude, and I want to say that Alistair's romance is so good because honestly, I was just romancing him because he was the first guy in the group that I could romance. And what is it? There was one scene where I kind of just wanted to check in on him. Like we were just traveling and then I wanted to check in on him to see how he's doing. And then he's like make her you're beautiful. And he's like, "Oh, sorry, what were we doing?" And I was like, like it just gave me like what is it? Cupid's arrow to the heart. I was like, "Oh my god." Like I don't know, that was just a very minuscule line, but it was so fucking good. Like it came out of nowhere. There was no setup. It just happened. It was just to show that like obviously Alistair is like very smitten with the female warden, and it's like, oh my god, that just made me, love Alistair as a character and love the romance at that point. But it was so good. And it's so hard to find that nowadays. It's so hard to find good romances in games, especially in RPGs. It feels like what is it? Gnarly just said, I keep wanting more depth to my romances. They just throw in some puddle depth bonding and call it romance. Dude, for real. Let's trauma bond, guys. Let's talk about our feelings. Okay, I know it is technically when you're trying to get into relationships with someone, you do actually have to talk about your feelings. I get that. But the way that they do it in Veilguard was so surface level. Oh my god. It was so hypocritical and so fucking, oh god, don't even remind me of the fucking romance with the female Kunari. Oh, I'm sorry, she's not female. She's non-binary. My bad. The first female Kunari that we get in a game and she's not even female. Good lord. Like the way that they set up the romance with her was so fucking HR needs to be called creepy. It was so creepy. Sure, we can talk feelings. Oh my god. And Alistair was a wimp. How dare you say that? Just because he had reason. Oh, god damn it. I'm trying not to say too much because technically it's a spoiler for the game. And yes, I know the game came out like 14 years ago, like fucking 10 years ago. Whatever. I don't care. It's still a good game. People should still play it. In modern times. So, and I don't want to ruin it for people, but just because Alistair didn't want to do certain things, even I thought it was kind of stupid, okay? I thought it was stupid too, that he didn't want to do certain things, but, he had a right, alright? He had a right to not do those things, okay? I'm probably not making any sense right now to anybody who has not played the Dragon Age series, but, you know, he had a certain plot line, and you can get him to do one thing, or you get him to do not another thing. Realistically, logically, I would have pushed him to do the thing he didn't want to do, but I was like, you know what, just do what you want. Just do what you want. If this is what you want to do, just do it. And so he was like, okay, I'm not going to do that. I'm like, okay, don't do that. That's what you want to do. That's his right. He can say that. Because that's good character writing! That's good character writing, and that's good fucking romance building, whatever. Anyways, that's also another thing, like, it's kind of weird that RPGs set up these scenarios where the the romance option character, the love interest, cannot choose something for themselves, so they rely on the MC to make the decision for them. And I'm like, this happened with Will in Baldur's Gate 3. And I was so annoyed. I was like, why the fuck are you looking at me to give you a fucking decision? You choose your own path. Why are you looking at me? He looked to me. He was like, should I do this? He's like, should I do this one thing or should I do this other thing? Bitch, I don't know. Why don't you fucking figure it out? I'm literally just here minding my own business. I don't even know why I'm here. Like, dude. I think they really fucked up with Will's character arc in Baldur's Gate 3. I think that was the worst decision. Them rewriting Will's character and character arc because certain people didn't like it. I think that was like the worst thing they could have done to Will. I think that was the worst thing they could have done to Will because he was just a goody two shoes all around to the point where it's like kind of like he didn't have much agency. I don't know if that even made sense. Like, he was such a good guy. He was such a, like, there was no conflict. There was no real conflict with him. Like, he has to do the right thing all the time. And there was, like, no consequences for being too good, except that he got in trouble for one thing. But even then, that was... They really fucked up his whole character arc. Like, it made some of the shit that happened with his character made no sense. It made no sense. There is such thing as too good of characters. There is, but there has to be a huge consequence to those actions. Which, it felt like the devs were too scared to do that with Will. And it's like, and I know why they would be hesitant to do that, because they don't want to show that, like, being a good person is a bad thing. I understand that, but it is a bad thing to be too good of a person. That is a bad thing. It is, because people take advantage of you, people lie to you, and they will use you. That's why it's not always good to be nice all the time. There are certain people who will take advantage of you. That's why you have to be discerning. You have to be careful with who you let in. You don't let everybody in. If you let everybody in, they're going to start taking all your shit out of your house. That's why you don't let everybody in your house. People start stealing your shit. That's why we got locks on the doors. Will was a wimp, basically the same as Alistair. They are not the same. They are not. Look, the only reason Alistair gets any type of any grace is because he's a literal golden retriever kind of himbo guy. Ha, got her? What do you mean? Look, I'm not a hypocrite. I'm not a hypocrite. Alistair's actually pretty selfish. Alistair is actually pretty selfish. He don't give a shit about his country. He don't give a shit, because if he did, he would have chosen the very obvious option in his character arc to help people. but he didn't. He actively chose not to because he didn't want to. He's actually very selfish for doing that. Do you not realize how selfish it is? He's literally the only one left to do the thing. He's literally the only one left to do the thing, but he doesn't want to. He's very selfish. He's a good guy, but he's selfish. He wants to live his own life. And I was like, you know what? Fair enough. Understandable. I think you should do that other thing, but okay. Will, on the other hand, Will is just too nice all the time. Like, he's just like, let's save people. Da-da-da-da. Like, hero, let's go save the day. Hero, let's go free the captives. Let's go, take out the bad guys. Like, the only, oh god, can I even, is that a spoiler? I don't know. The only thing that Will does bad is, like, make a promise to somebody he shouldn't have made a promise to, but it, like, in a way, it's just like, okay, yes, I know I'm kind of contradicting myself. You're like, oh, wait, but I thought you said that Will's too good of a person and that there's such thing as, look, yes, he did make a thing with that one person, if you know who I'm talking about. He did make a thing with that one person, but there's no real consequence to that. Not really. I mean, the only thing, like, I don't know, it's just like, the way that they have him set up, it just feels like it's not really a consequence. Like, it's not really a big deal. Like, the other character companions are dealing with a lot worse shit than Will. Alright? That's all I'm saying. The way that they wrote all the other characters, they're dealing with a lot more shit than Will is, okay? Will is dealing with literally baby glove shit, alright? Literal baby gloves.
I concur.
Like, Gale is going through shit, alright? What is it? Astarion? I know everybody hates Astarion, but Astarion was going through his shit too. So is Lae'zel. If you fucking left her alive, if you actually gave her a chance, Lae'zel was going through shit. Fucking Shadowheart, everybody loves Shadowheart. I never actually finished her story arc, so I don't know what her whole story arc is. I have like a vague understanding of what it is, but she was definitely going through shit, alright? She was going through shit, alright? They were all going through shit.
You never finished Shadowheart's storyline?
No, okay, so...
How is that possible? Did you, like, kill her off?
No, I didn't kill her.
Or you leave her in camp?
No, what happened was, like, during her storyline, she was supposed to kill this one thing. I didn't know she had to do it. I thought we just, as a team, had to do it. Do you know what I mean? Like, we had to kill this construct.
You killed her?
No! What happened was... Okay, what happened was... We were supposed to kill a construct, alright? To finish Shadowheart's, character arc, alright? To further her character story. We were supposed to kill a construct. I was like, okay, we got this.
That's not a construct. That's a princess.
I'm just saying a construct so that I don't spoil shit, okay? I'm just saying construct. Okay. We were supposed to kill a construct for her character arc. We got our shit dogged in. We got our shit kicked in. Side. We got our shit kicked in. It was a TPK. Total party kill. I was... The only person who was left alive was Karlach. Literally everyone else was fucking dead. So Karlach, being the only character still alive, I used her to kill the construct. And would you know it, when I fucking got everyone's dead ass out of the fucking, out of the area, and back to camp to get healed, when I got them back to camp, can you imagine my surprise when Shadowheart runs up to me and says that it's my fault, it was supposed to be her kill, and that, like, she can't even look at me in the face anymore, and she fucking runs off and totally leaves my party permanently. I was I was so fucked. I was so mad. I was like, bitch, we both died. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Trying to figure out. I'm still trying to figure out why you killed that beautiful creature, considering that she's in a relationship and all that stuff going on. I'm just like, what in the world?
To be fair,
why would you do that?
To be fair, I didn't do that. I didn't kill her. I talked to her. I talked no Jitsu, okay? I talked no Jitsu the construct, alright? But the problem what the problem was that I needed Shadowheart to do it. I needed Shadowheart to either I could either influence her or I could let her do her thing.
Did you know there is a mod that turns Shadowheart into a kind of like an emo-ish, tall, buff guy who's all like really lonely and talks about how he's all alone and he doesn't have any like, solid relationship stuff, and then he falls in love with you and then you help him out of the darkness.
What? What?
There's a mod for that.
Yeah. There's a mod for that.
Yeah. There's a mod for that.
Are you talking about Gortash?
No. It does a whole sex change on Shadowheart, and Shadowheart is now a guy, and it's got a guy voice and the whole 9 yards.
Wow. Okay.
And you can make them all look kind of like beefy and like stuff and stuff. Yeah, it's apparently it's really popular.
Yeah, I need to get into Baldur's Gate 3 mods. Yeah. I need to get into Baldur's Gate 3 mods. I've heard things. The only reason I haven't done any of the mods yet was because at the time I was streaming Baldur's Gate 3 and I was scared that if I put mods in it, I'd forget that the mods were there and I would get in trouble. So I was like, okay, maybe I should wait afterwards. So I don't know. We'll see. I would be okay with offing Will, but then I don't want to get him. Wait, what? I don't want to get to whom oh my god. Yeah, I staked Astarion. He was annoying. Lizo was nice. Jesus Christ. Why is everyone so like? Ay, Dios mío. I feel like you guys need to actually give characters a chance. Like, I feel like I don't know. Maybe it's just me because I like assholes, but like when characters are companions and they're rude, usually there's a thing going on with them that you learn later on if you gain their trust. Like, am I the only one who whatever. Anyways, maybe it's just fun to like kill characters that are just mean. I don't know. I gave the hot ones a chance. Oh my god. But yeah, we're getting so off subject. I went on a huge rant about RPGs and stuff. So, okay.
Yeah, just a bit.
Just a bit, like a whole hour. Okay, so Nintendo's Palworld lawsuit is destroyed by Digimon. So, everyone knows that Palworld has come out with a patent that says that they now own...
Palworld or Nintendo?
Shit, sorry, Nintendo. Tendo came out with a patent claiming that they now own the mechanic. In the US, legally, they own the mechanic of summoning characters. I like how they didn't say creatures, they said characters. So any form of summoning of a character to fight with you, yeah, that's like a lot of games that do that.
I want to know what idiot at the patent office is so stupid. Is so metrically stupid. I can't even. The absolute idiot who is like, Nintendo says that they want to own the ability to summon things. I wonder if this has ever been done by
So,
any other video game ever in the history of mankind.
so I
Nah,
think
I'm not gonna look.
I think what happened was that the person who did that, the person who approved of it, doesn't know about video games, and they just checked to see if there's any previous history of people owning this patent. They're like, I don't know games. Oh, no one owns this patent, and this is the only person filing for a patent. Approved. I think that's literally all it was. That's what I think. Uh, was it stupid? Yes.
Total moron.
I think we should also. I think government should be involved in this as well when it comes to making patents for artistic shit like this. I think there should be more regulation about it. I know a lot of people are like, I don't want government getting involved. We need the government getting involved now. We have been hoping and praying and waiting for the gaming industry to figure their shit out. It's gotten to the point where they have overstepped beyond legal means. Now it is time for the government to step in. The government needs to step in. Oh, hi, Toon Magic. Welcome in. Daddy government, can you spank these Monopoly fucking game studios? Polly said, don't you love it when company gives you unfinished games unless you overpay for it? Reaver already simps over the main character. She's definitely gonna play the game with... Oh my god. Why does everyone keep saying that? Anyways. It was a very inappropriate comment. I'm not gonna say that. But yeah. Lawsuits are literally bringing the government into a dispute. It's already involved. Jesus. Dragon Quest predates Pokemon with that mechanic by 10 years. Yeah, but we made the patent in the US first, so they didn't do that. So now we own it, is literally their mindset. Wait, let me get some action music on here real fast. Is getting to the good part. Welcome into Magic. You literally missed my whole hour rant of romance and RPGs in general. I was on a roll. Anyways. But yeah, not surprised that yeah, Digimon is also, I wouldn't say it's involved in the lawsuit, but Digimon is a heavy example of people using this mechanic before Nintendo. Well, I wouldn't say before Nintendo. Nintendo and Digimon, when it came, okay, Nintendo produced Pokemon and Digimon came out around the time as Pokemon, so it was they're like in tandem with it. With the franchise was in tandem with each other during that time. But before that, as Narlucha put, he said that Dragon Quest came out, like, creature summoning has been a thing in games way before Pokemon. Way before Pokemon. And it's getting really frustrating because there's already the incident with the Nemesis patent, the Nemesis program, and it being patented, god damn it being patented by Warner Brothers Studio. So for those of you who don't know what the Nemesis system is, the Nemesis system is a very detailed system where an NPC remembers what you did to them like 2 hours ago. They remember that and they come back seeking revenge. Like, you see a troll, you cut off the troll's arm, the troll survives, and then you just leave him to die, quote unquote, but then you like spend 2 hours in the game, and then you see the same troll, his arm's missing, but he learned how to use a sword with his other arm, and so he's gonna try and chop your arm off in revenge for you taking his arm. He remembers that, and there's specific dialogue for certain scenarios for that character, and it was such an intricate system. I think, I forgot which, it wasn't like a Shadow of Mordor, it was like a Lord of the Rings video game.
Yeah, Shadow of Mordor.
Yeah, and it was such an intricate system that could have been so cool if it was used in other games, as some people highlighted. It would have been so cool if it was used in Red Dead Redemption 2. It could have been cool if it was used in Baldur's Gate 3. Like it could have been cool in Elden Ring. That shit would have been cool to use, but because Warner Brother patented it, they're the only ones who have legal access to it. And do you know what's the most annoying thing about this? They haven't used that patent in 8 to 9 years. It has been almost 10 years since they
Yep,
last
just
used it.
sitting there, not using it. They're way more interested in live service now. And if you think that that's that that shouldn't be
I
that shouldn't
really,
be locked up that way, you're just the problem.
I really need
I
to go
I
to the
hate
restroom.
these
I'll be
people.
RB. BRB.
Okay, yeah. So, but it's like it is seriously like it is very hard to understand why we are at this current position of insanity. It doesn't make any sense at all. Um, yeah, it's just, man, this is so annoying. It's so annoying. It's so stupid, and I wish that there was a reasonable way of dealing with this, but there's not because people are idiots, especially people who run government positions. Typically. But yeah, it's just not fun. I don't get why this is like this at all. But yeah, that's life for you. um yeah, more news with the whole PayPal situation. That's pretty disgusting. I was like raging on it earlier this morning. Um there is there is some new news that dropped today. I'm trying to find it here. Where the bloody hell did it go? It's around here somewhere. Sorry. Bellular was touching on it earlier today, and it's not good news. Actually, I think it's on his other channel. Good lord. Yeah, no, it's on his other channel. Which is just, it's so great when other channels, there we go. Bellular News, there we go. So yeah, Microsoft. Yeah, we didn't have a chance to talk about this last week. So Microsoft is doing more dumb stuff that is hurting their overall game production now. And it's just like there is no universe in which Bobby Kotick would have done better than Microsoft, and in no uncertain terms. He was going to gut that company. He was going to shred that company if it started to fail him. If like all the companies that he was controlling, right? And then if they completely bombed out, he would just hack up the assets, sell it off, pay out the shareholders, and be like, "Hey, good job, guys! We did an amazing job. We destroyed one of the pillars to early video gaming, and we completely annihilated it. At least this way, we were supposed to get something like slightly better out of it, but I don't know if that's going to happen." Um, but yeah, now PayPal. Just covering this PayPal news. So PayPal cut millions from Steam, from developers. They froze their money and they're now sitting on it. This is not the first time that PayPal has done this. they're working with a company or with a money hold money holder, that they are and have been, you know, good good people making money for them, not, not a scammer, not a not somebody who's doing stuff like that. And they just up and decide, it would just be better if we had all that money that you have. Like it's just better if we are holding on to all that money because screw you, kind of thing. And how this is allowed, how this is allowed, I just, mm, yeah, yeah, I don't know how this is allowed. I don't know how this has gotten here to this level, but it's just awful. It's just terrible. And I wish we had better news for it, but it's not. It's not. It's very sad. So yeah, that's the whole situation with the Steam, with PayPal, and again, it's PayPal's fault. Like PayPal is sitting there holding onto these people's money, going, "Well, you're banned now, so we're not going to pay you out your money." And like that's just god awful. We've got a couple of releases coming up. Let me know what you guys are interested in playing, because I think we've got a couple big releases over the next month. Da, 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 da. Okay, we've got. I saw a couple of these. It's got Hades 2, Silent Hill F. Um, our friend Max Derrett is going to be from obviously Maximum News. He's going to be playing Silent Hill F coming in the next couple of days. We got Sworn coming out. That's that crazy game that everybody kind of gets sick over. Um, I don't know if we talked Ghosts of Yotei yet. I'm sure that was the first thing that we recovered. It looks like it's absolutely terrible. Like the more that comes out of it, the worse it looks. Yeah, that's not going to be good. My Mario dropped a game on the app stores and it totally bombed. That's hilarious. We have got. I don't know, Polly's, if you're still there. When is that? When is that game coming out? The hold on, I know which one this is. It's the Kingmakers. When is Kingmakers coming out? Because I think their official trailer dropped the other day. The release date trailer dropped, right? So when is that game coming out? It's fine here. I think it's this year. Pretty sure it's this year. It's getting very windy outside here right now. Is it November? Escape from Tarkov is coming out. Siberia Remastered is coming out. Oh, that's interesting. That is a good one. I'll have to watch this trailer to figure out when this game is coming out. I've got an ad for that Aliens Universe show.
Oh yeah, how's that show going?
Okay,
I've heard,
October 8th.
I've heard
Why did this
things.
not show up on our list? So, Kingmaker's coming out October 8th. Good. If they added romance and NPCs to that game, like story NPCs, that I'm sure that game would be game of the year. Absolutely, hands down. But without it, I don't know if it will or not. That's a good question. Sorry, what did you say?
Oh, I'm just back. You know, I just realized because I still have Bloodlines 2 pulled up on Steam. I just realized that the character creator is like 2 hours into the game, and then you can change your character's appearance. And make this make sense. You can add scars to the character's face 2 hours into the game. And I'm like, why didn't they just have the character creator set up at the beginning of the game so that they already had the scars and the eye colors and stuff?
Because these people are idiots.
I feel like there's gonna be a mod where it fucking moves the character creator at the beginning. That's what I feel. That's what I feel like is gonna happen. I'm just gonna simp after the main character, the main character dude. He looks hot. Anyways, honestly, patent law is just corrosive to society at this point. Ha! A bombing Mario game is historical, dude. For real. Actually,
I don't think patents are inherently evil. I think when you have idiots running the patent office, then it's actively evil. Yeah, that is an accurate way to portray it, I think.
when you start putting stuff in place that really hinders the free market, that's when it becomes an issue. It becomes a problemo. Uh God damn it. I was gonna say something, but I forgot what it was. Oh right. So technically the Switch 2 sales are actually the worst figures of any Nintendo console to date. So if that doesn't tell you bad things are happening at Nintendo. Sorry, my nephew kind of like snuck in here, touched my shoulder, and then kind of snuck out. And I was like, what the? Okay. When is the government when is the
Hi.
government not run by idiots?
Hi,
For real.
how are you doing? How are you doing? Okay, I'm gonna leave now. Giggle, giggle, giggle.
Yeah. God darn it. But anyways, yeah, like look, we all knew Nintendo was gonna go downhill the moment they started selling games for $80 and they microtransactioned uh accessories to the Switch 2. They microtransacted those, as in they don't automatically come with attached to the fucking Switch 2. You have to buy it separately and at $40. Like if you want the wrist, not a wrist guard, but like the wrist wrap, that's like $20. You want the charging cable that comes for the Switch 2's port thing, that's like $20. Do you want a little headset thing that's promotional material for some fucking game that they have? You have to buy that for like $40. Like they fucking microtransactioned accessories for the Switch 2, bro. And they're like, even if you own Breath of the Wild, if you want like the enhanced edition that's on Switch 2, you have to buy it for like $20. And then you have to pay a subscription to use the apps on the Switch 2. So you have to pay like $20 a month to use the apps on the Switch 2. And like the Discord chat apps and stuff like that. And then you what is it? And then you can what is it? There's something else. Fuck. Oh god, I did a brain fart. There's something else. Oh right. You can't progress in the games unless you have a certain feature, or like you can't progress in the games unless you own a certain Nintendo accessory. Like if you like, you know how I said the headset, there's like a specific thing that you need to buy in order to progress in the games. So you have to buy a $40, $50, $60 piece of equipment in order to play the games as well. So it's like if you're like playing what is it, the new, I think it's like the new Mario game, there was like a section of the game that couldn't be progressed through. You couldn't get through it until you bought a like a $40 or $60 piece of hardware in order to get through it. And that's fucking annoying. Like that's really fucking annoying. It's not like they fucking tell you you need certain equipment in order to play this game. No. Literally, people figured out that you have to buy it because they couldn't get through the fucking game. So yeah, the moment that I heard that they were micromanaging, or they were micro pricing previous games. Well, I can't say micro pricing. They're like pricing every small thing. That's what I'm trying to say. They're putting a price on every small thing that didn't have a price previously. Like they are so
Yeah.
not family friendly. They are not customer friendly. They are not family friendly. They keep trying to push that they're family friendly, but they're not. They're money hungry. That is what they are. They want all of your money, and they're using their brand. Because I was talking about this before. They're not selling you they're not selling you a game. They're selling you an experience. They're a brand. You're owning the Nintendo brand. It's kind of like what is it? Like Gucci, you know? You're not buying it for like the quality, you're buying it for the brand. I'm not saying that Gucci isn't quality. I don't know. I've heard that like in China, like a lot of big name brands use Chinese companies to produce their stuff. So it's like
Yeah, no, it's cheap as
it's very,
garbage.
yeah,
Like
very
I
cheap
don't I don't know
quality.
why anybody yeah, I don't know why anybody thinks that some of these big brand names have anything remotely close to quality. Like it's really not. It's
Yeah,
terrible.
that's why I said it's like it's not like actually owning quality now. It's like just owning the brand name, and then they just make a shit ton of money off of that. Because like, how do I know this? How do I know that China is making a lot of low quality stuff for big name brand industries? It's because during I don't know if it's still going on. I haven't really been paying attention to the politics of this, but during the sanctions, is that what they were called? It's been God, has it really been that long that I forgot the name of it? You know, they're like taxing shit. What was it called? Do you know? Do you know, Side? It's just,
Yeah, like when they're taxing stuff. Yeah.
yeah, like when they're like taxing stuff coming in from China. Tariffs. Thank you,
Tariffs.
Knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Uh,
sorry, yeah.
they were like they were putting tariffs on China, and China was obviously, this really affected China's economy, and some Chinese influencers said that it really affected the big name industries in America because they weren't getting the product that they had relied on China for. So, yeah. That's how I found that out. That was interesting. I was like, "Oh, okay. It's not even decent quality stuff anymore. It's just,
It didn't. Well, I mean, and it wasn't a great loss. Like that's the thing is like it was like, oh, we aren't getting this plastic garbage in from China. Oh, well, like Is anybody actually hurting from this? It's like, no. It's like,
Of
oh,
course, people are hurting from this, Saib. The billion-dollar franchise industry of fashion industry. They're hurting a lot. They can't sell their cheap brands for thousands of dollars. They can't sell their cheap material for thousands of dollars anymore. It hurts them. We gotta care about the elites. All right, they're important. I'm being sarcastic. It's a fucking bag.
sure they are.
We would collapse without them, guys. They are so important. We would collapse as a society, even though they only make up 1% of our society. Meaning they're easily replaceable. I guess that's kind of scary to think about. Like, you're part of the 1%, but you're like so easily replaceable because you're literally just only 1%, you know? You know? Food for thought. It's justified bad. It's a waste of money, just like any other luxury good. Yeah, I mean that's what they're trying to put games as. They're trying to make games a luxury good because they keep slapping a high price on it. Did you know that games and consoles are horribly overpriced?
Oh yeah, like terribly so.
Even with inflation, they are horribly overpriced. It never was decent quality stuff. Yeah, for real. Uh, what else? Oh, right. Twitch is launching age verification. Let's go. Let's go. I think they've already implemented it. But yeah,
In places, yeah.
it's actually kind of funny because so I'm not surprised that Twitch did this because if you are privy to the CEO of Twitch, he's actually very progressive. So him being part of the age restricted thing, well, to be fair, just because you're part of the age restricted verification bandwagon doesn't mean necessarily you agree with it. There's some people are saying that the companies are trying to jump the gun in America in case it is implemented in America, which I don't think it's going to be implemented in America, but I don't know, it might be. I don't know. We'll see. They try to get rid of TikTok. They thought they had the power to get rid of TikTok and then they just never did. But we'll see. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think they'll implement age restrictions. It's kind of a slippery slope, in my opinion, because technically it would be a good thing because kids are very susceptible to stuff that's online. And there's been a lot of studies saying that preteens and younger children are like mental health skyrockets the more that they're involved in social media. Their mental health, like, sorry, I meant their mental health plummets because of the shit that they see on social media, and it's a crisis. So if the right people implemented age restrictions for young people, it could be a good thing. But unfortunately, we live in a world where people use the age restrictions as a way to control others. Cough, UK, cough. So yeah, like it's a slippery slope. I can see the benefits, but I don't know. Kids should not be on social media, period. Yeah.
Concur.
It was
I
only
think that there's yeah, I think there's no reason for any kid to be on social media.
yeah. I don't think it I look, I agree that kids should not be on social media. I think that kids I think social media should be only an adult thing. Don't get me wrong, kids always find ways to go around stuff like that because they do, and there needs to be proper stuff to implement it because they're going to find a loophole because kids do that. I used to be a kid. I know what they do. I grew up in the early 2000s when the digital age was like, starting to really take off. So, and plus, what is it? They're starting to do phone bans in school. They're starting to ban phones in the classroom. And people have been a little outraged with that because they're like, what if I can't reach my child if something happens? You do realize there are landlines in the school, right? There are different areas where there's a landline in each classroom. There are phones everywhere. They're just landlines. You can just pick up a phone and call 911. Like there are phones in the classroom. In fact, it's not like they're taking their phones away at the entrance to the school. They're putting their phones in a little cubby at the front of the class. That's all they're doing. So if there is an emergency, all the kids have to do is run up and grab their phone real quick to call 911. Like, it's not like they're like totally locking up the phones. But because social media has been so prevalent in young minds, because texting and talking to friends and like not paying attention to class has become so prevalent, there are some schools that implemented the rule to get rid of phones, quote unquote, get rid of phones. They're not really getting rid of phones. They're just not having kids have their phones on them while during class. That is it. That is it. They just put their phones in a little bin at the front of the class, and then when the class is over, they can come and collect the bin, like collect their phone out of the bin. Their phones, social media has become such a distraction for young minds. It is a problem. It is a problem, guys. It is a problem now. This is a problem. The reason why I'm emphasizing this so much because I feel like a lot of people are still gonna like push back against this. It's a problem. Kids are not focusing in school anymore. They would rather just be on their phones, and it's harder for teachers nowadays to try and have kids' attention during school. It is harder now than ever because of what happened with COVID and stuff. And like the social political climate right now, kids are very not kids are very I can't say all kids, but some kids have some issues like paying attention in class and having access to a phone screen that you can just like hide easily or like you don't care. I don't know. Like kids are like some kids I heard are being very disrespectful to teachers nowadays. To the point where teachers don't even want to be in school anymore. Like teachers don't want to teach anymore. And send kids to work on the farm. Oh my. Kids shouldn't be well, yeah. I mean I feel like yeah, it's just social media has become a problem. They're a problem in school. When I told, heck, I even told my sister that they're taking away schools. Sorry, not taking away schools. They're taking away phones in school, and she got upset. She said the same thing. She's like, "What if I need to get in touch with my child?" And I was like, "They have
Yeah,
landlines.
every
They
every every parent every parent thinks that they need to call their kid immediately, and that would and all I want to do is I want to put the 30 parent 30, 40, 50, 60, whatever, however many parents into the same room, and then just have somebody calling random phones, and then somebody like picking up that phone and talking while they're trying to like listen to to somebody saying something. It's like, yeah, you can't do that. Like,
and sometimes
do you not understand? Nobody's gonna learn a damn thing at all.
like yeah, it's just they say no. What I'm saying is that they keep bringing up an emergency, and for those of you who do know who live in America, school. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this on YouTube. School bang bangs happen. All right, they happen. School kabooms happen, a lot nowadays, unfortunately, and people want access because they want to know if their kid's safe, which I can understand. But sometimes ringing phones, it reminds me of that incident. It reminds me of that one mission because I think there was a mission in Ready. Was it Ready or Not? There was a mission where there was an active school kaboom going on, and like you just hear nothing but phones ringing, and it was just completely silent except for that. All you hear is just phone ringing, and those were taken from uh actual SWAT people making reports. Uh, they said that, during the
Yeah,
aftermath, like
parents just call the phones nonstop, and
they're
it
just
doesn't.
calling the phones to see if their loved ones are safe and stuff. And it's like it's sad because, yeah, I don't know. Look, I believe that phones are a distraction. I feel like social media was a mistake for young minds. Uh, I think there should be more of a restriction for kids to have access to it. If you have Snapchat, if your child has Snapchat, don't let them have Snapchat. Don't have them have Snapchat. I've heard the most. You can't trust having a Snapchat is the most reddest of flags I've ever heard. The reason why people use Snapchat is because the messages and the pictures are deleted within 4 seconds, or within a couple seconds, or within 24 hours. They get deleted. Don't trust your child with a Snapchat. Don't trust your nephews or nieces with a Snapchat. Just get rid of the Snapchat. I mean, that's what I was thinking too. Like, it's kind of, I don't know what the right answer is. I can understand, I can empathize with a parent wanting to want to call their kid, but it can also be a detriment if their phone goes off during an active incident and the person who's causing the incident hears the phones go off. Like, it's very, I don't know what the right answer is. I can see both sides, but it's there's no right answer. There is no right answer. The only thing I can say is that I do know that studies have said that social media and obviously having phones in the class are a huge deterrent to young minds and their education. That stuff I know. Also, the schools that have started removing phones from students, uh, they've seen an uptick in uh in scores. They're starting to get more positive grades now. So, think what you want, but it seems to be working. Because, oh, who could have foreseen that if you actually get rid of the thing that's distracting your students from paying attention in class, if you get rid of them, they actually start paying attention in class. Who could have foreseen that? Ew. And also, we grew up in an era with parents using like iPads and phones to distract their kids so that parents don't have to actually parent. I'm just saying there's such thing as relying too much on technology for stuff.
Yeah, it's normal. I mean, it's not normal, but it's like, yeah, no, that's a good point.
But yeah, Twitch is launching age verification. But yeah, there's actually more going on with Twitch, but I think I'll go over it when I get to that part. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Let's get into our favorite subject. Randy Pitchford. Yay! So, he started blaming gamers for the reason why Borderlands 4 sucks.
It's having issues.
Yep.
I mean,
It's already
like
been having performance issues, but he blames it on the gamers. And it's like,
yeah,
how is it our fucking fault that your game is broken to hell and back? Like, what? You're the one who made the game. You're the head honcho who made the game. How is it our fault that you released a product that doesn't work? How's that our fault? You're the one who sunk money into making this game. What do you mean? Anyways, Randy went on a rant and started blaming people, and he started insulting people because that's what he's good at. And can we please take away Randy Pitchford's Twitter?
Please and thank you.
Like,
I mean, it's getting ridiculous.
yeah, like any positive, like it's not any type of criticism, even given criticism given in good faith, he takes it as like a straight up insult. Like he's like, well, it's not my fault that you have a dinosaur PC.
Yeah, he's been overly hostile for decades because people were hostile to him, and he doesn't know who his friends really are, and so he just doesn't care now, and he just thinks that he's the center of his universe, and it's like whatever. It's like, Randy, you had a lot of people who were on your side, and you stabbed us all in the back. Like, congratulations, dick.
Yep. I mean, you get karma comes for you one way or another. But yeah, we love to see it. We love to see it. Thanks, Randy. Silksong boss honors Hollow Knight fan who lost cancer battle. A Hollow Knight fan who passed away from cancer has been immortalized in Silksong as a full boss fight, NPC, and side quests. Yeah, there. From what I understand, there was a fan of Hollow Knight and Silksong, and before I think one of his Make a Wish. I think he went to the Make a Wish Foundation, and one of his wishes, because like if you're a young person and you have a terminal illness and it's likely for you might not make it, you get one Make a Wish. Basically the foundation, the program Make a Wish, helps you to, get that final wish before you pass. And this guy who was a huge fan of Hollow Knight and was really looking forward to Silksong, he said, "Can I please see what you have so far?" And so the developers were like, "Yeah, of course." And so they showed him what they had so far with developing Silksong, and they decided to honor him. And I think they collaborated with him to make like a character to put into the game. And I could be wrong. I can't remember if he named the character or if the devs themselves put the dude's actual name as the character. But yeah, like the character was named after him, and he like made like a little doodle, little bug character, maybe an OC that he made, like himself. And they decided to honor him by putting the little character in the game, and he looks like a little beetle knight, and it's so cute, and it's a little sad, but it just goes to show that they like they're one of the studios that care, they really care about their fans. Like they didn't have to do this. They didn't have to put his character in the game. They didn't have to do that. They could have just showed him what was going on behind the scenes, and that was it, and left it at that. But they went above and beyond to make like a wish come true for him. This let me see. Yeah, Seth. The deeper meaning behind Seth's boss fight. One of Silksong's most emotional encounters is Seth, a boss with a real story behind his creation. 6 years ago, a young fan named Seth shared on Reddit under the alias BigBoy878 that he was fighting Ewing sarcoma and wished to meet the developers of Hollow Knight. Team Cherry not only spoke with him, but went further and gave him the chance to design his own character for the sequel. Seth revealed at the time that he had named the character after himself, promising fans unique lore, and gameplay. He even said the team promised him a code on day one so that he could experience fighting his own boss. Sadly, he passed away in 2019 before Silksong's release, but his creation remains in the game. Players can face Seth in Eastern Greymoor, where the fight is paired with ethereal music and continues into a questline across the map. Beyond the battle, Seth is also remembered with a special mention in the credits. Fans have praised the tribute as one of Silksong's most moving moments, ensuring that his creativity and story live on inside the game he loved. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional.
Okay.
But yeah, it's like, it's very bittersweet, but it's very heartwarming, you know? Because like I said, they didn't have to do that. They didn't have to put his character in the game, but they did. And it just goes to show how much they care, you know? Hurts warming.
It's always good when they do that. And I wish that there would be a little bit more focus on it so that people knew the story behind it a little bit more. Because it's like, it's good to get like people out and helping and building and making things better instead of always making things worse. Maybe we wouldn't have had that massive funeral today if that had happened. I don't know. It's like, it's an idea.
Yeah. I just hope that I know there's a lot of shitty things going on. I just hope that, you know, people don't forget that there's still good stuff in the world. Let's see. Oh right, Pocket Pair. Power World 1.0 Pocket Pair in the future. It's just it's like a 1-minute update.
Hi everyone.
Hold on, let me pull it up for you guys. Just a little 1-minute update. Oh. I was like, where's Side? He disappeared.
He's still there.
Okay. Sorry, I kind of turned it up loud. Let me turn it down a bit. Oh, are you able to hear it, Saib?
Today, I'd like to talk a bit about the future of Palworld and Pocket Pair.
Pocket Pair!
But first, I want to extend a big thank you to you all. Thank you so much for your kindness and support over the last 20 months. It truly means the world to us and motivates us to work even harder to make better and better games for you. Now, let's talk a bit about Palworld.
It's 4 minutes long, my bad.
Things are going to be a little different from here on out, and we want to take this chance to explain why. But don't worry, it's not bad news.
Thank God. I can't handle it anymore with bad news when it comes to Palworld.
Since Palworld's release, we've shipped 5 major updates, each adding new mechanics and improving the game in various ways. Version 0.2 introduced raids, a feature many fans have enjoyed and one we've continued to expand. Version 0.3 brought the first new island, Sakurajima, along with many new pals and quality of life features. Version 0.4 shook things up with Favorite, a large new landmass, new faction, new pals, and many new mechanics. Version 0.5 brought crossplay to Palworld, allowing players on any system to finally play together. And finally, version 0.6, Tides of Terraria, was the long-anticipated Terraria collab, accompanied by many more quality of life improvements and new features. Now, we've reached a crossroads and need to decide what comes next. While we have a lot of ideas for where we want to take Palworld, we also need to start thinking about Palworld 1.0. Beyond just adding new content, there's a lot of cleanup that needs to be done before Palworld can exit early access. It's no secret that Palworld has a lot of quirks and jank, and we want to take the time to properly address those before releasing the game. With that in mind, we plan to start that cleanup this year. Our goal is to ultimately release Palworld next year in 2026. And we think taking the time now to fix those problems will ultimately lead to a better game. So, what does this mean? It means that things will be a little quiet from us for the rest of this year. It also means our winter update won't be as big as Fabric was. We hope our players understand that we're taking this extra time to improve the game overall. Now, that said, it doesn't mean there will be no updates. We still do have a few surprises planned for our winter update this year. We just want to be transparent about where we're headed and the development of Palworld going forward.
Oh geez, being transparent. Who could? Wow, I wish more fucking devs could be more transparent when it comes to developing their fucking games. Wow, it could save us a lot of heartache and stuff. Who am I kidding? Even if they did transparency, they can just say whatever they want, and they can still lie to us, lie to our faces about how far the game's gone and stuff. With like, they're really taking a page out of Intrepid Studios' book. Yeah. Like, I've just realized I actually haven't made it that far in Palworld. Like, I've been to like 4 different areas, but I realized that the map is probably a lot bigger than I realize. I really need to get back into Palworld. I think I'm missing out on a lot of stuff. They're great at transparency. I know, you love to see it. Palworld has really made a lot of improvements. I know, I like playing the game. I need to get back into it. I was playing Palworld with my friends, and one of my friends got a PAL that I haven't seen before, and I was like, where did you get it? So I can get the PAL when I play in my custom world. And they told me where I could find it, so yeah. I need to get back into it.
Development of Palworld is not slowing down or scaling back, quite the opposite. Palworld 1.0 will be a major milestone for us, and we have a truly massive amount of content planned for the 1.0 update. Rather than rushing it, we believe that laying the right foundation now will lead to a better game in the end. We're really excited about this, and we hope our fans will be really excited about this too. We plan to share some sneak peeks about Palworld 1.0 in the very near future.
Ooh.
Quick note on Pocket Pair's future. Many of you may already know this, but in January of this year, we launched Pocket Pair Publishing. Pocket Pair Publishing was born out of the desire to give back to the industry and help fun games get made. Thanks to Palworld's success, we're in a very lucky position and are able to help other developers and take risks. We want to use our success to help support others. Pocket Pair Publishing won't be developing games, but rather we'll be helping other developers with things like funding, marketing, distribution, or just offering them some advice. We're already working with a number of developers and teams from around the world, and we hope you look forward to the games that these teams are working on. Pocket Pair is also working on some other things. We don't have much we can talk about or share at the moment, but as the company grows, we continue to experiment with other ideas for games. Of course, right now, most of the company's focus is on Palworld, but we want to stay true to our roots, which is why we've got several smaller teams tinkering away at ideas that hopefully will turn into fun games for you all to play. We'll have more.
That's crazy. They're making a publishing. They're making a publishing. Well, I can't say firm, but they're gonna start helping people with publishing games.
Yeah, which is good. Well, I think everybody should be able to self-publish at this point, and that would be good. But that's not always reasonable.
If
they can share their knowledge and help and do so without taking advantage of anybody, I think that's a good idea.
that's what I'm hoping for. I think I talked about this last week, but I think publishing as a practice is really outdated nowadays. Like, it's very outdated. Like, people can just crowdfund their own stuff themselves, especially if it's like popular. If it gets I have seen so many indie games like I've seen so many indie devs of one person making a text-based game, and they make enough money to sustain them every month of the year because of how popular it is. So it's like you can crowdfund your own content. Like people are willing to pay for it. People are willing to pay for good stuff. Yeah, it's just there's like a lot of indie games out there that in my opinion don't get funded is because they're like just starting out and like only like the 1/5 of the game is available, and because there's only 1/5 of it available, people aren't really that inclined to support it because they have to wait for further updates, because too many times people have started projects but don't finish them and they leave them unfinished, so people are kind of wary about that. So there is some downsides to self-publishing, but if you actually like put in the effort and are consistent with the work, people are willing to pay you for that. And if it's good, they want more of it, you know? They're willing to shell out money for that, bruh. They really are. And yeah, I want to trust Pocket Pair with the publishing thing. I want to trust them with that. I also know it's a slippery slope because they could start off at the beginning being very pro developer, but later on change the rules. That's because that's what we've been seeing in the gaming industry as a whole, like with the publishing and stuff. They're like, oh, we'll support you, and then they just basically like they do like what is it? They have studio interference. The publishing people want more control over the project than the devs initially thought. That's why a lot of devs end up leaving projects sometimes, is because the publishing company that they work under said that they had creative freedom, but then they veto everything they put through. So it's like very frustrating to create in that kind of environment. So yeah, I really hope that Pocket Pair has good intentions, but we'll see. Sounds like they are taking time to address tech debt. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they seem to be doing a good job with being consistent with Power World, so we'll see.
More to share about this in the near future as well. Once again, thank you all for your continued support of Palworld and Pocket Pair. We will continue to try our best and communicate more openly with you, our fans, about what is going on. We love making games, and nothing makes us happier than when you, our fans, enjoy the games that we create. On behalf of everyone here at Pocket Pair, thank you very, very much.
Yay! Sorry, I thought my favorite YouTuber made a new video, but never mind. Hi SoCal Sam, welcome in. Even the biggest game developers release a game that's not finished and put out content as they develop it. 5 years into Genshin Impact, and it's still another 3 years from being finished. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you're consistent, like I said, if you're consistent with the work and if the quality is good, people are willing to pay for it. What I'm scared of is that I already said it, but Pocket Pair being a publishing entity in a AAA space that is already kind of toxic as it is. I'm scared that it's going to start out in good faith, but later on, in a couple years, it's going to turn into a toxic thing, because that's what we see. Thank you for the hydration check. That's what we see nowadays. Is we see that the AAA industry, when it comes to publishing games, it becomes a twisted, toxic thing. When at the beginning, it was a good way for people to make a name for themselves in the business. Back in the ye old times of the 90s to early 2000s, if you really wanted to make a name for yourself for your game, you had to go through a publishing company, a game publisher. You have to go through a game publisher to get your name out there. And if you're talented enough, they would give you a shot. And apparently, like, game studios really back in the day really were, they were very experimental when it came to video games. Like, yeah, they had their big name titles, their IPs, but they also did, like, miniature, like, smaller games, spin-offs and stuff like that to make some type of profit. But even though the smaller games, like, you knew they were small games, so you knew the quality wasn't going to be as good, but people still played them. But like, during that time, there was enough money to go around for, like, them to start experimenting. But nowadays, gaming companies are only relying on the heavy hitters. They're only relying on the 3 big names under their umbrella, and they're not focusing on anything else. They're not focusing on making new games. Or putting projects out there for new games. They're not really focusing on making, like, well, I mean, in the case of Assassin's Creed, they are doing, like, collabs. They're doing, like, collaborations. I wouldn't say it's a spin-off, but they're doing collaborations. And they do have some spin-off series. Like, they have, like, a little miniature, Prince of Persia game. They had a Prince of Persia game that came out. What else? There was also, like, a platformer Assassin's Creed game that was set in Japan. I don't know if that came out, but I knew that they were working on that. But it's like, it feels like when it comes to the gaming industry, like, they're too scared to make those kinds of decisions anymore, because it's too much of a financial risk now, which is really fucking hilarious considering that every decision they've made so far has lost them money, which is very ironic. So they've lost so much money, now they're too scared to branch out and try new things because they feel like it's going to flop either way. And because of that fear, they want to, like, stranglehold control over the IPs that they have, because it's the only thing they got at this point. And so they have a stranglehold control over it, and because they're so scared to try new things and to, like, to not follow trends, because they're so scared of not following trends, like, they don't realize that in itself is what's destroying their company. Like, because they want so much control over the IP, they are literally ruining it. They're not going to make any money by doing that. They need to actually relinquish control to people who know how, not to activists. We're not saying to give the IP to activists. We're saying give the IP to people who actually have a degree in creative writing, or they have a track record of good creative writing, and they know how to write. Like, just give it to somebody who's actually passionate about making a story. Don't get me wrong, activists can be very passionate about making a story, but it's usually their own story that they're passionate of making. All media has decentralized in the information age, games to news. It's an independent content renaissance. Yeah, that's what we've been saying. Is I feel like it's going to be like a renaissance for the indie scene, because everything, the open market is so open right now. We have so many different ways of funding our own projects now. Like, we don't have to rely on big companies anymore. Aren't all Assassin's Creed games platformers? Not really. Not really. Like, they have platform mechanics. I know what you mean. There are some puzzles puzzles that are technically like platformer-esque, but other times it's like it's a stealth game where you kill people, so it's like assassinations and stuff like that in the ye old times. God, I want to play Assassin's Creed 2 again. God, I want to play Assassin's Creed 2 again. You know, when the story was actually good and the gameplay was cool. Traditional media is in its death throes. They're becoming irrelevant, and they're afraid to lose the little control on the space they own, so they won't take risks. Yeah, that's the because they won't take risks is what's causing them to die. You can't. It's like a blood transfusion. You need new blood coming in to get rid of the toxic blood. You need a blood transfusion in order to, you know, clear up this toxicity that's inside. But they're too scared to. And because they're too scared to, because they're too scared of needles, quote unquote, they're not gonna survive this. They are technically platformers, and technically correct is the best kind of correct. Okay, don't use girl math on me. Don't use girl logic on me. They are technically platformers, and technically correct is the best kind of correct. Okay. That's such girl logic.
Excuse me.
Bless you. So you need new players to get in. I'm allergic
to girl logic.
Oh my. You need new players to get in to get rid of all the League of Legends players. No, that's not what I meant. No, don't take that as what I meant, companies. That's not what I meant. Though that is what they're trying to do. They're like, we're not the problem. What the problem is all these old school gamers. We need to cater to a newer audience who'll understand so that we can get rid of these old, crabby, crusty, old-time gamers. And so they try to, like, do it that way. It's like, no, you need to bring in more talent with different ideas into your company who are actually good at what they do and not stop hiring activists who don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're so unqualified to be in this. They are so unqualified to be in this field. They are so not qualified. Yet they still somehow get hired. Oh god, do I want to bring up Assassin's Creed Shadows and how all the people behind that project were not qualified to work in the gaming industry? Should I bring that up? Because I will. I did. So yeah, like, all the people behind that project were underqualified to even work in the company. Yet you gave them access to all this shit? Like, are you... The problem is that you're letting people have, like, underqualified people working on your projects. And it's killing you. What you need is to bring in new, fresh faces who actually know what they're doing, who are actually qualified, who actually have a portfolio of expertise. You treat them well, because God knows that you fucking didn't treat them well when they worked for you the first time, because let's be honest, they probably did work there for barely a year before you cut them loose. You treat them well if you can entice them to come back. Give them fucking, free reign. Give them an unlimited budget and no creative restrictions, and let them go crazy. That is literally all. Do experimental shit. Let's get back to the experimental shit, because that's what indies are pretty much doing nowadays. They're experimenting right now. Because the AAA industry left that shit behind. So it's up to the independent creators to actually start experimenting with different stuff. And things have become so sanitary. We have gotten so sanitary. We have gotten so clean that they are too scared to touch the dirty subjects. And that shit kind of pisses me off. That's why I said that it feels like they're too scared to touch certain taboo subjects, because they want to be like ad friendly. They want ad friendly shit. And it's like, No, the whole point is to tell a story, and you need to touch the nitty gritty stuff to, like, have some type of empathy for the characters. Because people do have empathy. I'm not saying everybody does, but a huge chunk of people have empathy, especially for characters in video games, because we put ourselves in the character's shoes. We are controlling the character. We see ourselves, we put a little bit of ourselves inside that character because we're controlling them. Like the Silent Hill protagonist, James, I think his name is. Silent Hill 2. Like, we help him through his shit. Like, he's going through grief. He's going through trauma. He's going through shit, and we experience it with him. Like, we get scared with him, and it's like, it's an actual experience. But people are so scared of offending you. People are so scared of things being taken the wrong way. They sanitize it to the point where it's like there's no soul at all. Take Veilguard, for example. We've been bringing up Veilguard for a while now. Might as well bring it back. Veilguard was so scared to have any type of conflict between characters. And that in itself is such a hypocritical thing. Do you know how hypocritical that is? They were so scared to have any type of conflict between characters. But do you know why I say that's hypocritical? The character Tosh, she actively antagonized one of the companion characters.
Mm-hmm.
And she never apologized for it. She never.
She was so, like, it was so. I don't know how to, like, it was so reversal of what should be there.
She never apologized for it.
Nasty.
We talked out our feelings, quote unquote. Like, the characters talked out their feelings to each other. But there was no forgiveness, there was no understanding. It was just let go.
Hey,
they just let it go.
Like,
it was just never brought up again. It's like, and we can't even, I think we can say, like, don't call him that. Okay, so in the game there is a necromancer. I forgot his name. There's a necromancer in our party. Tosh basically calls him I don't know if this is what she called him. She called him a derogatory term for a necromancer. I think it was corpse for her, if you know what I mean. I think it was corpse for her. And obviously he's like, why would you say that? That's like really fucking rude. Especially because he had like an undead companion. He had an undead companion, and like that was like a really rude thing to say. And she was like very unapologetic about it. She's like, what? It's true. And it's like, yeah, obnoxious. She was very fucking obnoxious. And she's like, what? It's true. It's not like I said a lie or whatever. And it's like, why are you being such a bitch? Anyways, but basically, like, there was a confrontation at some point, but we talked out feelings, but like she just stood her ground with it. And then it's just never brought up again. And it's like, what the fuck kind of resolution was that? Like, we're supposed to be talking about our feelings. We gotta talk about how things made us feel. And yet when we say something hurt my... Like, this was an actual thing. Like, this was an actual thing to be concerned about. Like, her making derogatory terms to one of our fucking companions. It isn't like a legit issue. It's just swept under the rug. Like, what the fuck was that? Like, what the hell? Like, this is, like, oh god. Anyways, it's just a lot of... Veilguard was nothing but literally therapy for the characters. You just sit around and you just talk about feelings. You sit around, you talk about your trauma. You sit around and just talk to each other, and that's it. It feels like there's no agency with the characters. It feels like there's no active action when it comes to the characters. You just sit and talk, and that's it. Don't get me wrong. You can bring up a lot of examples in the Dragon Age series where you sit and talk to characters about their trauma and shit. The problem is that there's no conflict. There's no conflict between characters. The script actively refuses to bring up conflict between the characters. You cannot disagree with them. You cannot actively say anything to them that is remotely negative. And that's the problem. You just sit and you talk, you affirm. You sit, you talk, you affirm. That's not real life. Everyone has different opinions. Everyone has different viewpoints. I have friends who say things that I do not agree with. That doesn't stop me from being their friend. That's not... Real life is messy. Real life is hard. Real life is conflict. You can have soft conflict, as in having an argument with a friend. You can have that. But the script itself actively rejects it as a reality. Do you know what I mean? Oh, hi, Oak welcome in. Some studios go the complete opposite, no F's given, and touch the taboo content hard. There's a new anime coming that has a reincarnated Hitler as a lolly. What? No way. Are you talking about... Wait, are you talking about, Tanya? Was that the Tanya anime? Trauma Dump the game? God damn it. Is there even any character development in it? All I seen was them being in their path and going down with it. I honestly don't think so. It's not like you can... I don't think... The only thing you can actively do is not do their character quests. I think you kind of just... Yeah, you just don't do their character quests. And that results in spoilers. If you don't do their character quests, they all die in the end. You have to complete all of their character quests in order to beat the game with them surviving, if that's what you want. Wait, I don't even think... Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think the characters dying is considered a good end, now that I think about it. Not Tanya, it's called Petals of Reincarnation. Oh. What, your friends aren't mindless drones there for your mental... God, no. I mean, they let me trauma dump, but they're my friends and they trauma dump to me too, so it's like, we're mutual trauma dumping. We're mutually talking to each other about the things that happened in our lives. I kind of hate the word trauma dump, because it's like, oh, we can't it feels like people misunderstand what trauma dumping is. It feels like they're like... I think there's a difference between getting to know someone and then later on, once you feel comfortable enough to tell them about the things that happened in your life, you tell them the things that happened in your life. But people equate that to just trauma dumping. And what trauma dumping really is you literally just met somebody. I pretend I met Saib 20 minutes ago. Hi, Saib. Good to see you. I met you 20 minutes ago. We literally happened to be in the same place at the same time. Let me tell you about the time my dog died in front of me. It was very traumatic, and I thought I would be fine, but I wasn't fine. And then my neighbor came over, and he took my poor dog away from me. And I don't know whatever happened to my dog after that, even though I died. Like, it was very traumatic. And then it's that meme. It's that meme of Peter Griffin. It's that meme of Peter Griffin. Oh, is it?
So I've had people who have told me that, like, it's a no-win scenario, right? It's like, hi, like, tell me about yourself. Oh, well, like, you know, I do this, and you know, I've got a little bit of autism. No need to trauma dump on me. Jeez. It's like,
yeah, I'm frozen.
Yeah, I wasn't doing that.
Yeah, that's not... There's a difference. That's what I'm getting... That's what I get confused about. Like, Uh-oh. I think I broke myself. Anyways, that's what I think people misunderstand what trauma dumping is. Like, they're just like that's not what trauma dumping is. Anyways, and I see it a lot in the VTuber community, where one of the main rules of some of their streams is that don't trauma dump. And I was like, so we're not supposed to talk about the things that actually do affect us? That's what it sounds like to me. They're like, don't tell me any, like, I don't care if my stream helps you through your depression. I don't want to hear it. That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like they're saying. I know that's not what they're saying, but because people conflate what trauma dumping is, that's what it feels like it's saying. Like, don't talk about anything negative at all. And it's like, oh, my streams made you get through your parents passing away. I don't want to hear that.
Well, there are like the people that I deal with. There are some people who they believe, and they're quite adamant on this, that any kind of negativity in the world is trauma dumping, and they want to live in a world where there is absolutely no negativity. There's no bad experiences. There's no personal pain. The only experiences you have are good ones. And if you have a negative experience, then for the love of God, don't tell it to, whoever's dealing with, like, whoever you're speaking with, because they want to live in a world where none of that happens.
Yeah.
And it's just like, right. You know that doesn't work that way, right?
Yeah, that's what I don't understand about people. That's what I don't know. My thought process is different. I'm not a normal person. Mass Effect the Veilguard 2. Oh my god. Good. I wanted to waste my time with the game. I would let them die. Oh my. 2 decades of creating a society where every opinion must be validated and everyone gets a trophy even if they lose. And now we can barely even communicate as a society anymore without getting upset. Yep. The CIA finally got Reaver. Oh yeah. They took me out, guys. They took out my face. I couldn't emote properly. They took me out. I want to live in a world full of mature adults, but we can't all get what we want. Yeah. It's fucking insanity, dude. It's insanity. Like, yeah. I do want to preface, God damn it, I don't know how you say the word. I want to say that there are people who are not dumb. There's actually a shit ton of people who are not dumb. They're actually very clever, they're very aware, and they're very smart. Not like, they don't have to be Einstein level smart in order to realize they know when people are fucking with them. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm one of them. Yeah, same. You know how, like, in the back of your head, you, like, get that feeling that someone is using you? I get that a lot when it comes to, like, the government and stuff like that. Government, people I know IRL. Like, I always get that little feeling in the back of my head. I'm like, they're lying to me. They're not telling the truth. Like, I don't trust what they're saying. Like, there's that intuition, that gut feeling that people are a lot more perceptive than they give themselves credit for. People can tell when things aren't right. Certified dumb here. You're not dumb. You're actually very aware. You're not dumb. Just because you're not an Einstein level IQ just because you don't have Einstein's level of IQ, it doesn't mean that you're like, oh, you must be stupid because you're not Einstein. That's not how intelligence works. There's different types of intelligence, and if you are aware enough to notice when something is wrong, that in itself shows how, like, you have a really good intelligence. It's the people who don't realize that they're being used and manipulated. It actually shows that they have lower intelligence because they're easy to manipulate. And that might sound like a mean thing to say, but it has been statistically proven that people who have lower IQs and lower awareness are easier to manipulate. All the time when I am hypervigilant, there are a vast number of ways to be smart. Like at least 8. Yeah, pretty much. Like there's street smarts, there's like common sense, which isn't that common apparently. Like it people are kind of dumb in some ways and in some aspects. But yeah, it's just a spectrum, you know? It's a spectrum. Okay, hold on, what is this?
Concord 2. I want this game to come out, and things keep happening to...
Oh, I was confused because the title says Concord is coming back. It's talking about that new, Fair Games CGI reveal trailer. It's, what is it? Daniel Drapeau, game director of Haven Studios Fair Games, left the studio.
Stop my dreams from coming.
And joined. I'm trying to read it. It's like a fucking short.
Concord 2.
Left the studio and joined WB Games Montreal in August 2025. And I think they're working on Suicide Squad 2. Somehow, Concord 2 returned. So yeah, so the people, I think, wasn't Fair Games working on that one Eat the Rich game? I forgot what it was called. Is that what it's called? Fair Games?
I can't remember the article. I think it is Fair Games, though. I'm not positive. Don't quote me on it.
The Concord-like genre is thriving. Jesus Christ. Fair Game $, on the track record of becoming the next Concord along with Marathon. Damn. Oh yeah, so I was right. Okay, the game itself is called Fair Games. Fair Game $. But it's a what is it? A multiplayer live service game where you play as underprivileged minorities who break into these ultra rich facilities to steal money and give it back to the poor people who happen to be minorities. And let me take a guess that the people who own these giant wealthy structures are white. Who wants to take a guess about that? But yeah, apparently the game director of Haven Studios, who made the Fair Game $, left the studio and joined WB Games Montreal, who are also working on the new Suicide Squad 2, because they thought making a sequel was such a good idea because they did such a great job with the first game. And the first game totally didn't flop. Yay. I just find it strange that it's okay to learn the history of governments doing bad things for all of human history, but the moment you question if they're doing anything bad today, you're suddenly branded a crackpot. Oh yeah, you're a conspiracy theorist. Why is it not...
Right.
Why is it not okay to be cautious of those who rule over you? It's because they don't want you getting ideas of usurping their power. That's why. They don't want you to realize that you can take the power back. You do realize there's more of us than there are of them, right? I literally just mentioned it not that long ago in the podcast. They literally are just the 1%. We are the 99%. They are the 1%. I'm just saying, they're just easily replaceable. I'm not advocating for violence. I'm not advocating for violence. That is not what I'm saying. I'm just saying they're not as important as they claim to be, okay, guys? Like, for real. Like, we can literally have Rockefeller, the family Rockefeller. We can have a totally new Rockefeller with the family in the next 20 years. I'm just using a random name that I found on an RPG. Lombardi. Lombardi can be the new Rockefeller family. Like, that's what I'm saying. They can easily be replaced. Just give it time and money. You can literally, like, the gaming industry can easily be replaced. I'm not advocating for violence. That is not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that, like, over time, things change. Just because you have power now doesn't mean you're going to have power later. Like, new people get voted in, new employees take over, new managers take over. That's what I'm saying. Hi, Drac. Hey, you, go rebel against the machine, but first let's listen to today's capitalistic sponsor. Dude, I love capitalism. I love capitalism. I just hate, what is it? I just hate overreach.
Crony capitalism? Oh, yeah.
Did you say brony capitalism?
No, crony capitalism.
What's crony?
Crony.
What's that?
Crony capitalism is what we see a lot today, where they go out of their way to prevent you from accessing the market properly. Like it makes it like, Amazon doing everything for everybody, at slowly, like, increasingly higher and higher rate.
Yeah, I hate that. I like fairness. I wish we can go back to the early 2000s where, like, yeah, there was kind of a hint of a monopoly, but at least the open market was still an open market. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't such an active thing for companies to like freeze you out around that time. As far as I know, I don't know. I was a kid back then, so I wasn't really privy to what business was like back in the day. But it feels like it was more flexible back then than it is now, because it's very easy for companies to try to freeze people out nowadays. What the heck are they doing making Suicide Squad 2? This is just sad, but for real. I hear Concord, and I think the fast airplane. So you play as Antifu. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on YouTube, because apparently that organization is now labeled a terrorist organization. And I'm trying not to get us demonetized on YouTube. So I don't know if I can say that, but yeah.
I don't think they'll.
Can we say terrorist?
Demonetized for.
Can we say terrorist? Okay.
Like it's.
Like
it's clear.
I don't know how many. Yeah. I don't know how far do I need to bend over backwards. I mean, it's one thing to say suicide on a podcast, but it's like, because apparently YouTube gets anal about that. But Antifa is now considered a terrorist organization. So, yeah. The more you know. Because there's a lot of Antifa groups, especially in colleges nowadays.
Antifa got tagged as a terrorist group, and yeah.
Reaver will lead us in the glorious... Dude, for real. Reaver will lead us in the glorious revolution. Hey, the revolution will go on with or without me. I'm just a voice on the internet. I have a question. What sort of dumbass deliberately targets their multi-million-dollar game towards minority groups? It's in the name. The groups are... Wait, what? It's in the name. The groups are a small percentage of the population. I don't want to understand their logic, because their logic is not sound. They do not have sound thought and a sound mind. That's what it seems like. But because it's the trend, guys, they're still chasing trends that are 3 years out of date. They're chasing trends that no one's fucking into nowadays, because people are starting to get off the progressive train. All right, People are starting to realize we have gone too far on the progressive train. We need to get off. And so people are actively rejecting it. And it's going to take another couple of years before the gaming industry catches up. Because what was the saying? It takes like it takes a couple of years for them to drop trends, or like, wait, no, it's like the industry is like 2 years behind when it comes to trends. So it's going to be a while before we stop seeing stuff like this. It's going to be a while. Hello there, SoCal. How are you doing? You guys are you guys are talking to each other. I vote for Reaver as our new supreme leader. Crony capitalism is the merger of state and corporate interest. Instead of free market, it's government imposing controls over markets, like price controls. And setting up monopolies like your local electric company. I mean, they're doing that even without government oversight. They're doing that themselves. I'm very well aware that larger companies are buying out smaller companies to have under their umbrella. So technically monopolies are more proactive today than they used to be, because the government has done nothing to stop it. We have active laws preventing monopolies, yet no one is getting charged for breaking the law of making monopolies. It's because the fucking government has gotten so complacent. I mean, to be fair, my current president is actively trying to fight back against the stock market bros. The reason why he's doing all this stuff is to reclaim the stock market. It's a little complicated, especially if you're not very privy to American economic shit and when it comes to the stock market. But there was an incident where people realized that the stock market was basically angled away from... Oh god, it's been a while since I talked about this. Hold on. I'm trying to remember what the problem was. Okay, so what happened is that the stock market is supposed to be a free market for people to invest in certain companies and stuff. What ended up happening was, instead of it being like an open, circular thing, it started... Thank you for the hydration check. It started to funnel in one direction. It's like all the investments, all of the stuff. Thank you for the stretch redeem. All the stuff started funneling in one direction, and it was going into the 1%'s pockets more than other people's, and instead of the rest of the people's stuff. And that's because certain people gained control of the stock market. They gained control of the stock market, and they funneled it to benefit the elite more than the middle class and the lower class. And they've been doing this for many, many years. Trump has implemented certain things to basically redirect the flow of the stock market to better help the middle class and lower class, and not rely so heavily on just funneling it in one direction. He's trying to angle it back towards the middle class and lower class. But and one of the things was the tariffs. One of the things to help with the stock market in order for him to regain control of the stock market, one of the things, I'm not saying this was this is the main thing. It's just one of them, because the stock market system is so broken. But the tariffs was to help gain control a little bit over the stock market of what is coming in and what is going out. Because what do you think the stock market is? It's like business coming in and coming out, like putting money behind certain certain products and stuff. So in order to gain control, he put tariffs on certain foreign countries in order to gain some type of control back, and funnel money back into the US, because all of that stock market went funneling to foreign assets and foreign companies and stuff like that. Stop me if I'm wrong. This is just my understanding of it. But basically him putting a stop to that means that money has to flow back into America, and because the money has to flow back into America, it has to flow back to the middle class and the lower class, because obviously the 1% don't no longer have control over the stock market. I keep repeating myself, but I'm trying to say it in a way that is, hopefully I'm coming across that you guys understand what I'm saying. But yeah, I don't know how did we get on the subject? I don't even remember anymore. But anyways, yeah, it's just,
I mentioned crony capitalism.
Oh, right.
I think you ran with it.
I know, like, yeah, we were talking about capitalism, and then I was talking about, like, monopolies and, like, the stock market and stuff like that. But yeah, it's a very complicated system that has been corrupt for a while now. People don't like it, but I don't agree with everything that Trump does, but him trying to fix the economy is something I can get behind. And he has been doing a great job trying to fix the economy. People don't like it. And technically we haven't really seen any positive outcome for him messing with tariffs and stuff like that yet. We won't see any real change until the second or third year of his presidency. So we have to wait. But it's going to take a while for the economy to right itself. Our economy specifically,
It still hasn't even been a year yet. Oh my goodness.
Like,
it's so weird. It feels like this year has been like 2 years.
I know. It feels like it's already been 4 years. It's been so much has happened in 1 year. It feels like it's already been 4 years. It's crazy. But basically it takes time. The US economy is already fucked up as it is. People do not realize how fucked our economy was. If we had, we're playing sides now, and it's more smarter not to play sides, but I swear to God, if we had voted in another Democratic president after Biden, our economy would have been shot to hell. Like, we were so close to our economy breaking, it's not even funny. Like, our economy was already broken. If we had continued another 4 years under a Democratic president, I swear to God, our economy, we would not have been able to get out of it. We would not have been able to fix ourselves. We would have become a straight up socialist country. And I know it sounds like fear mongering, but our economy was really fucking bad, guys. During Biden's reign, it was really fucking bad. And Trump is doing a lot of backwards bending and a lot of tricks here and there to get our economy back to fucking life, because it was literally about to die. But yeah, I can understand why people are so frustrated with him making these sudden changes that affect other people's economy. Well, it's because ours were so close to dying. He has to do certain things in order to get it jump started again. So yes, he had to do the tariffs. Yes, he had to do some I wouldn't say backroom stuff. He had to do some backward thinking in order to get our economy to a sustainable level. Because we were not sustaining ourselves. We need money flowing in. Money was not flowing in. It was flowing way away from us. So he's trying to bring it back. That's as much as I understand. But yeah, like I said, it's gonna take a while though, for us to see any type of change. Right now, it seems like it hasn't changed. Things are overpriced still. Prices hasn't gone down at all. But like I said, it's going to take time, and by the second to third year, we should be able to see changes in the economy, and prices should start going down. But like I said, it takes time. Let me catch up on chat here. Hey, look at this tourist. Wait, where did they get a plane? Why are they flying it? Oh my. It's not the minority groups themselves swaying the market. It's all the white knights in the majority who are advocating for the minority. Yeah. It's because they're still, when it comes to fair games and you playing as a minority character in AAA industry, it's a trend. It's a trend. They're still following trends. They're not caught up with the fact that people are tired of this. I'm not saying you can't have a minority main character. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you need to have the character written well and the game to be really fun. That's it. People don't care about the skin color. People don't care about where they come from. They don't care as long as the story's good and the character's good. It's gotten to the point where AAA industries don't know how to properly write minority characters. Because if you actually look at some of the people behind the creation of these characters, some of them are pretty white. But I'm not gonna lie, some of them are let's just say that even if the writers are minorities, they don't know how to write. Let's just say that. Because they end up making the minority characters caricatures of their race, which is in itself very problematic, but you get in trouble if you point that out. So, yeah, like, no one really cares about if the character is black, Mexican, Asian. No one really cares about that. What they care about is good story and good writing and good gameplay. That is all they care about. But as I said, we were in an era where all they cared about when it came to characters was skin deep. It literally was. It was very surface level. It was very crap. What was that? What's that word? Very surface level, very god damn it.
Skin deep? Well,
not skin deep. What's
like artificial?
no, it's like superficial. There you go. Superficial.
Superficial.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're like, "Oh, our character is black, so you should care about our character cuz she's black." Let's be honest. Most of these characters are minority women. Like, very rarely are they minority men. Like, because they're doing that thing where it's like men are bad, and it's like, oh, so if you're saying men are bad, are you saying like black men are bad? They're like, no, we're saying white men are bad. And it's like, okay, well, if white men are bad, then why are you putting so many minority female characters? Why don't you write characters who are minority men? And it's like, well, the patriarchy. So you're saying that men are still the problem even if they are of a different race? And then their heads explode because you do you see how the logic doesn't track?
Yeah.
You see how the logic doesn't track?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I've always had these issues with these people. It's like you make blanket statements that you can't, and that's really what it is. It's like, stop making blanket statements that are basically you're just basically mocking. Like, at this point, like, let's face it, you're just basically mocking. Like, and it sucks because you shouldn't be doing that.
I think I broke again. Oh wait. Anyways, but yeah, and do I want to bring up the fact that most of the games that require stealing are made up with main characters who are of the minority persuasion? Is that That's kind of racist, guys. Are you saying like minorities are?
Probably.
That's kind of racist, guys. Why would you say that most of the people who steal stuff are minorities? That's very racist. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Oh, but I didn't say that. That's not what I meant. Well, why is every game that has come out in the last 3 years that requires stealing, they are darker skin color? Why is that? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say, guys? I think you're trying to say something. Reaver is 5 minutes away from quoting spicy FBI crime sense. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a hypocrisy with these activists. There's a hypocrisy where they're saying that everybody is a bad guy, but they themselves are the bad guy. They themselves are the problem. They are the problem. They like to say gamers are the problem, but these activist writers are actually the problem. They are the enemy that they have sworn to defeat. Because you know how they say gamers are racist? The activists are racist. They're actually very racist. It's actually concerning. It's actually concerning that they are not aware of how racist they are. Let's see. And what is it? It's not misandrist. They're misandrist as well. They like to say that gamers are sexist when they themselves are misandrist. I just don't like the hypocrisy. I hate unfairness and I hate hypocrisy. Like, even though I myself can be a hypocrite sometimes, not gonna lie. I have become the very thing that I hate. But in my defense, I'm very nuanced. I'm a nuanced person, okay? I have a dark side, and I have 2 wolves inside me. I have 2 wolves inside me. And they, oh god. Anyways, well, clearly the whole white knights aren't swaying the market, or the games wouldn't fail so miserably. Yeah, that's the point, because they're part of the 1%, bro. These activists and these people who advocate for the LGBTQ minority groups, these activists are literally part of the 1%. These are literally
They're mostly
California
trust fund kids.
Yeah, they're mostly silver spoon shoved up the ass, spoiled rich kids who think they know better just because they were raised in California. What was it? Oh, the stock market, the stock market is rigged to say it ain't so. I'm shocked. I know next to nothing about this type of stuff. The stock market confuses me a bit sometimes. Yeah, it's kind of confusing, but in my opinion, I think they make it confusing intentionally so that the lower class can't get involved.
No, it really is. Like, if you want to start investing in the stock market, they make it so that it is very hard for you to do that. And you only can really do it if you get like some kind of guidance on it that really that really, really helps you. Because again, the whole system is built for
Like Nancy Pelosi.
Not anybody who you're in the same party with. Like as in like, this is our group, you're not invited, get out kind of thing. And that's really, it really is quite nasty.
Allegedly, Nancy Pelosi. Allegedly, Nancy Pelosi, even though she was in office, she made some interesting investments that made her millions of dollars.
Very interesting investments.
Allegedly.
Very, very interesting.
Did you know that the average representative income is like $200,000 to $300,000 a year? Yet representatives have the net worth of almost $2 million.
Some of them.
How does that happen? How does that happen? How do you get a net worth of millions of dollars
really the ones where,
when you're just a representative who makes $200,000 a year? Like, how do you explain that?
So you like people can come in with that kind of wealth. So anybody who's worth like any of the congressmen or Senate people that are worth like around like $1 to $2 million, like that's not really the issue. Like there
No,
might be some light
I'm
on
sorry.
there. It's the people that are
I'm
it's
talking
the
about
people
them
that have
gaining.
been in for the whole life and they're worth $500 million and they
Yeah,
make 200 grand a year.
yeah.
That's the problem people. Where it's like, excuse me,
It's like
how much money?
they didn't make that. What I'm saying is that it's very suspicious that they didn't have this type of wealth, but the moment they get into office, a couple years later, they suddenly have a net worth of millions of dollars, billions of dollars. Like what the fuck? Where did that come from? What's going on here? Allegedly, allegedly. Well, I say allegedly, but all this stuff is actually uh-oh. Uh-oh. Sib got disconnected. Oh no, he even saying it was storming over there. Fuck. We lost Sib. The storm came for Sib. Oh god. And I need to go to the restroom again because I was literally inhaling all that tea. Oh god. The A has been shortened. The government has been dispatched. Oh no. I need to talk to my FBI agent Larry. Everyone is the good guy in their own story. The worst villains from history were the good guys in their own minds. Nobody ever thinks they are the bad guy. I mean Hitler. I'm just saying Hitler, like when was the stopping point of where like Hitler was like maybe making death camps is a good idea? Like when was that a thing? You know? Like how'd that happen? Do you think but I know people Hitler thought he was saving the world. I mean, he was. Let's just. This is the same guy who got undermined by a Filipino. Just one guy from the Philippines. Because he didn't like fascists. I'm just saying. Like, this is the same leader who put all of his trust into a random dude he didn't know. And that dude ended up bringing down the Yahtzees. His own writings show he thought he was the good guy. Ugh. Yeah, a lot of progressive people think they're the good guys too. They think Charlie Kirk meeting his end was a good thing. Guys, it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing to celebrate anybody dying. Do you know there was actually one moment where someone who is close to me showed me pictures of the guy who tried to assassinate Trump. Someone I knew showed me pictures and celebrated the guy's death. And I was so horribly disgusted. Like, I was viscerally nauseated. I listen to true crime all the time, but the one thing I respect about true crime shows is that they don't show you the aftermath, if you know what I mean. They don't show you the gruesome shit. And the fact that someone I knew showed me that and celebrated that in my face disgusted me to disbelief. I was so viscerally horrified. I've never felt something like that before. I've never experienced anything like that before, and I hope to never experience it again. That was a child. He was literally 20 years old. He was a kid. I know he tried to off Trump. I know that. But do not ever celebrate someone's death, ever. That is the most barbaric thing you could ever do. I didn't celebrate that he died. I felt so fucking bad for him because I knew he was just a poor kid who listened to the wrong people. Some of these people are just literally misinformed children. And that's what's so sad about this stuff. Never celebrate someone dying, because we just reached their level, you know? We reached their level. Don't get me wrong, I do believe that some people deserve to die. There have been many cruel murderers and rapists who go on to torture people for many, many, many years. I think they deserve to die. But people like these assassins that we've been seeing the last year, the guy who tried to get rid of Trump, the guy who got rid of Charlie Kirk, they are so young. They are so young. They were brainwashed and manipulated into a situation where they thought that this was a good thing. And it disgusts me. And I feel a little bad talking about this without Sybe here, because I feel like I'm going into a territory that might get us in trouble, but hopefully I'm not going too far in saying that. But I'm just saying that shit was burned into my retinas. I'm so horribly disgusted. I can't believe someone showed me that. And I didn't feel gratitude. I didn't feel fucking happy. Why would I feel happy that some poor kid died? Are you fucking insane? He was just a... God damn it, I'm trying not to cry. He was just a kid, alright? I'm not saying what he did was right. Obviously, it would have fucked us all up if he did succeed. But... there has to be a line drawn. There has to be a line drawn. Some people do actually, in my opinion, some people actually do deserve to die. I've seen too many rapists and too many murderers get away scot-free. Hello? Wait, hold on. Let me get out of it. Hello? Oh wait, hold on, it's connecting. Hello? Is it me? It's saying I have good connection. But anyways, I'm just saying there's a line drawn. There's a line... Oh, God fucking damn it. There's a line drawn. There's a line drawn. There's certain things we cannot cross, because the moment we cross it, we are no better than the pieces of poop who do this for fun. We're no better than them. We're no better than sadistic monsters. And I like to believe we're not that. I like to believe humans, I know some people are, I'd like to believe most of us are not like that. Most of us still have empathy for others. The moment you start getting sadistic pleasure off of other people's pain is when you start losing your humanity. When I say that certain people need to die, I'm thinking of it logistically in the long run. If people are showing signs that they are not going to learn their lesson of not harming others, they need to be stopped permanently, because they're going to just keep going until... They're just going to keep going until they are finally stopped. So that's why I think logistically of that. Because at that point, it's just a danger to society, and they no longer need to be in society anymore. Wait, what? Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are we still live? Hopefully the lawn is lined. The lawn is lined. God damn it. Dude, Discord... Uh-oh. I'm losing connection. Uh-oh. I think I lost connection with YouTube. Can you guys still hear me? Am I still coming through? Discord crapped itself. YouTube crapped itself. The FBI found Reaver. No, it says I'm still connected. Yes? We still hear you here on Twitch. But yeah, we can still hear you. Can you see me? Am I coming up? Because, like, OBS says I have a strong connection, but I lost YouTube, I lost Kick, and I lost Discord. I see you. I see you. Thank you. I think I pissed off YouTube. I'm sorry, Saib. I think I pissed off YouTube with my talk of assassinations. Yup. I'm sorry. I think I pissed off YouTube. Sorry. You lost YouTube? Uh-oh. Let me see. Hold on. I think it could be just the internet connection. That's so fucking weird. Yeah, I think I just lost the internet connection because oh god. Yeah, cuz it's not I think the bandwidth disconnected from streams that I couldn't handle. I can see clearly now the government is gone. Oh wow. Baby, but I have no idea why we can't connect on Discord. Back on Discord? Okay. Let me see if I can pull it up. I think it could be me. I have the permanence rolling screen. It's loading screen. I think I understand it though. What are you saying? What do you mean? It hasn't been 4 years yet? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the economy was going to shit. 7.75% mortgage interest rates, $5 plus a gallon gasoline, food sized halved while the prices doubled. Yeah, that shit was crazy. Gas prices came down a lot already. Mortgage rates just came down a bit also. Oh yeah, I heard that there was like the mortgage might have almost gotten a crash. Like the housing market, I heard that they were about to be on the verge of a crash. Allegedly. I say allegedly. I'm just saying what I heard. I heard that there was going to be a housing market crash, but I don't think that happened. We had minority characters before, nobody cared. They started to care when the minority character's entire personality became that they were a minority. Yeah, that's the problem. They don't know how to fucking write characters as people. Oh my god. Why is that such a hard thing to understand, that black people are people, that Mexican people are people, that fucking Filipinos are people? Why is that so hard to understand? That people are people are people. Oh my god, people are people. Generally play non-human characters because humans are kind of lame. God damn it. I mean, I can't say much because I played a half drow in Baldur's Gate 3 because I was kind of tired of playing humans all the time. That's one way to word it. Oh, bye. Reaver has 2 wolves inside her. One wolf is a base conspiracy theorist, and the other just wants to read yaoi smut. I mean, you're not wrong. That is actually that's very accurate. The AI, better keep it in. The government has been dispatched. Oh my, suspect has been retrieved. People celebrating that are pure evil, and I would celebrate a bunch of CEOs expiring, but someone just having discussions with people being murdered is just sick. Yeah. to me, while may disagree with certain things, certain people may believe, wouldn't celebrate a death just because didn't agree with them. Yeah, like there has to, like I said, there has to be a line. I'm gonna keep going because I think I'm still live on YouTube. Sorry, not on YouTube. I'm still live. Wait, hold on. That's so weird. Why am I having such a hard time with fire fart? Why am I having such a hard time with Firefox, Kick, and YouTube, but I'm still live on Twitch? That's weird. That's weird, guys. That's so weird. And I can't bring Discord up. Sorry, Sab. I can't bring... Discord is like on the death roll of loading screen. I think a lot of things, there are more... I think I can think of a lot of things that are more barbaric than celebrating someone's expiring. The whole world celebrating. I mean, fair enough. I'm surprised that's not a national holiday, to be perfectly honest. Disconnect and reconnect to Discord. I'm here and I'm fine. It's weird. Oh god. Discord is causing some Discord problems. FBI open up. Oh, right. You're good on Kick and Twitch, but lost on YouTube. Oh. Tieflings for the win, baby. Oh my. When we gonna bring back the totally not a scaly playthrough? Oh yeah. Because I've been thinking of doing that too. I've been thinking about... Guys, you are not gonna believe this. Okay, sorry I wasn't here. I needed to go pee so badly. I drank so much fucking water. Or I drank so much fucking tea. I really needed to go pee. Anyways. I could take you alive, Silver. What the hell? Are we back? I'll take you and your potatoes. What is happening right now? Are we back? Are we back? Hold on, let me... Hello? Saib?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. You won't believe this.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, you won't
Oh,
believe
good.
this.
I'm sitting here munching away. I'm like, no, I wonder if the internet's back yet. Yeah, that's crazy.
You won't believe this. Guess what the problem was? The fucking thing was unplugged.
What
Like
was unplugged?
the router thing connect like the power to the
Oh,
router. It was a little bit unplugged, just a little bit, and I had to like
so it was
put
only getting like half energy or something like that.
yeah. So I had to like to push it in and stuff. Uh, oh wait, I already have that wish listed. Wait, don't I actually have that game? Sorry, I looked at the. Oh, you can't say the symbiont. You can't say the symbionts on the stream side.
I no, I had forgotten what it was. I didn't know what it was off the top
Oh,
of my head.
yeah, I already own it.
Like I don't memorize this shit.
Wait, they made a sequel? Is this a sequel? A man who goes through oh, I think they made a sequel. It's an early access? It is a sequel. Okay, I'm gonna add that. Oh shit, there was another game. There was another game that was coming out, and I was like, oh, I need to make sure to wishlist it because it was like a sequel to another game, but I forgot what it was. It's not this. Anyways, the Symbiont, they made a Symbiont 2. Didn't know that. It's Alien. Oh wait, never mind. I probably shouldn't say that. But it's Alien guy on guy stuff. Oh yeah, and I was talking about how like I kind of lost interest in playing Date Everything. Because
I watched a really interesting video on how the garbage can is like this like super meta like intelligence thing. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, the problem with the game is that some of the writing isn't great.
Mm-hmm.
Uh yeah. So some of the writing isn't great. Another issue is the way that some of the characters arcs end. The character arcs, some of them end in ways that don't make sense. Like a guy wants to be a plumber, but then he goes off to be a pirate. It's like what do you said you wanted to go be a
The difference.
it's like you said you wanted to be a plumber. Why the fuck are you going to be a pirate? That makes no fucking sense. All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and end the stream on this side. Sorry. I don't know. Wait, can I like? I don't know if I can. Should I? Are we? Wait, are we live on YouTube?
No, I haven't picked up anything from YouTube in a bit.
I mean, it's saying we're still
Well, I
live.
haven't looked. Hold on, let me check.
Pirate ships need plumbers also. Oh my. Uh, eat chat. You want me to eat chat?
Oh, yeah, no, we're back on YouTube. Sorry about that.
Yay! We're back, baby. You want me to step on chat? Wow, you must be really bored, huh? Uh, because the Fox Force are on fire. Uh, I need to get back into Baldur's Gate 3, but yeah, like I know people want me to get back into date everything, but I found out that some of the way that the characters' endings end makes no fucking sense, and they actively choose to leave you, even though they're a romance option. They actively choose to leave you, even though you're together romantically. So it's like it made me lose interest in the game. And I'm like, it's because it's one of those. I'm gonna start coining this term. This is malicious romance writing, which I cannot fucking stand. It's like
True.
it's like the devs are actively trying to make this not a romance for you. They're like actively not making this. They're like, oh, cause real romance IRL is messy. It sucks. I know that. I know it's messy and it sucks. I know we have tribulations. The whole point of fucking romances is a fucking fantasy. A fucking fantasy, guys. I want to escape from reality and help a fictional dude through his fucking midlife crisis, and then we bang, okay? Get the reference? Get that reference? I did that. Anyways, like
just a bit, yeah, just a
and
bit.
then we bang.
Mhm.
That's it. That's it. Is it realistic? No. Is it fun when it's kind of realistic? Yes. When the intention is for us at the end to stay together and be together. I'm so sick and tired of fucking these developers wasting my time as someone who really enjoys romances, wasting my fucking time by saying that, oh, well, they actively choose to leave you. The character wouldn't actively choose to leave me. You're writing that they left me. You put that in the game. You actively wrote that they left the player character. Why? Why was that needed? Why was that put in the game? Does it make sense? No. It doesn't fucking make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. I'm getting sick and tired of this shit because this isn't the first time that I've played a romance RPG or like a romance dating sim where the writing is actively against the player character. Like the romance is working against the player character. I fucking hate that and I can't stand it, and I don't know why this is becoming a thing.
Yeah, no, I agree. When you're creating a simulation where you're just like it's a dating simulation. There should be a way to work through every relationship. It's like some of them might be hard, but you should have the ability to work through them all. Yeah, no, I agree.
But it's not realistic. Because I know what they were trying to say. I think I understand what they were trying to say with the trash dude in Date Everything. The reason why he's
Mhm.
such a handful is because he's trash. He's toxic. He's going to complain. He's going to bitch and moan. He's going to make it difficult because he's trash. He's toxic. He's a bad person. I get that. The problem really shows itself when the player character is actively being an asshole to the romance option. Like you can no longer say nice things to the trash can man. Because for some reason, the writer who wrote
Yeah,
this
it locks you out. Yeah.
it locks you cannot be nice to him because the writer wrote it that way. He like the trash can man says don't call his garbage nonsense. Don't call it nothing. It is something to him. Yet all the dialogue does when you talk to him is that his stuff is garbage and needs to be thrown out. It's not important.
I mean,
And it's
and I mean, I think it does make sense to like give that option, like even because even if it's like he's the worst one, it's like maybe there's something to be said about that. And then in comparison, I mean, it's not like this is like Like,
Dude, they
sure, it
could've-
doesn't need to be like the primary love interest, because it's not like this is a Honkai Star Rail. But get it? Because the main protagonist in Honkai Star Rail loves garbage cans.
really?
Yeah, it's a literal thing inside the lore.
Why?
It's like the protagonist because
Why?
because you as the protagonist run around and check out garbage containers. If you run up to a garbage container and it's got a little button that says press A to check the garbage container for loot, what do?
Oh.
You press A.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay. That's funny. Okay. But, like, it's just... When you... Okay. When the dialogue... And it's not... The issue is not the player character. The issue is not the person who is playing the game. The issue is the way that they wrote the dialogue. It literally corners you. You cannot progress the fucking you can't progress your story with him. You cannot progress the plot. You cannot even get out of the situation. You have to choose one dialogue option. Because that's what the game does sometimes. It gives you 4 dialogue options. It gives you 3. It gives you 2. And then it gives you 1. What is the player character supposed to do when that one dialogue option is the most rudest thing you can say to that character?
Yeah, no, I get it.
What the hell is that? You are effectively railroading this whole situation into an area that the player character didn't want to be in the first place. Like, don't get me wrong, there are people who could actively push for antagonistic route for the can man. I can get that. But some people don't actually want to do that, but the game actively works against you. Hold on, let me see if there's like, oh, there's actually a... Hold on, let me see. Date everything cam romance. Okay, let's see. Okay, maybe people just pressed the wrong dialogue option. Wait. Cam is the human embodiment of trash cans around the house. I interacted with the trash can in the kitchen, which can be found to right a drink cabinet underneath the window. Equipped. Scan the trash. Just me, Cam. Okay, so you can romance him. The one thing I hate about this dialogue system is that it's hard for you to know if you're saying the wrong thing or not. Because you think you're saying something nice, but then in actuality, it's wrong. And it's hard to pinpoint where you went wrong with the dialogue. That's the one thing I kind of don't like about Date Everything, is that you have to be really fucking careful with what you say, because you could accidentally get on an antagonistic route, or accidentally get on the friendship route, because you pick different options. Fuck realism. This is a hobby with a foundation based in escapism. Dude, for real. Do I think I'm actually gonna get a reverse harem? No, but I like to pretend to. I like to pretend. What is it? I'm trying to see. Wow, you guys just talking about your lives while my stream was dying. We've been trying to reach you regarding your car's extended warranty. Also, SoCal redeemed a thing. Oh, sorry, SoCal. Sorry. Wait, who redeemed what? I hear her sometimes, but I think she's still, wow. Oh, Ara. There you go. Beat, stepped, and Ara, the triple combo. We play games as an escapism from reality. If I wanted reality, I'd go outside and touch grass. Dude, for real. But like I said, even with this whole debacle, uh, mm, apparently it's really easy to get his hate and friends is yeah, relatively straightforward as one requires a simple dialogue change or two towards the end of the love dialogue options. Another requires you to just go to the complete opposite approach. Okay.
Does it maybe like unlock more conversations if you've completed more romances? And maybe you have to like do all the romances with all the other characters before you can romance some of the other ones? Maybe, I don't know, I'm thinking out of my head.
They actually do that. So some romances cannot be unlocked unless you reach a certain personality points goal. So, okay, so take example the washer and dryer. I didn't know they were like a higher level romance. But apparently they are because I have to get to like level 40 or 60 in order to unlock like certain dialogue options. And I didn't know that. And I'm effectively cut out of their romance routes because I don't have enough personality points to unlock it. And that would have been nice to know that. I mean, I think they did tell me, but I don't know. It would feel nice to know that some people's dialogue is locked out while others aren't. Because there's like, what is it? There's like levels to the romances. There's like levels to it. And I feel like it doesn't give you a strong indicator of like who needs what in order to complete their romance. And I guess it can kind of play into replayability, but considering that I know how some of the fucking romances end, like it's kind of like what's the point at this point? Because I know that some of the fucking romances aren't going to stay with me, even when, okay, I don't want to spoil it, but like even when they can stay with me and we can like live out our romantic dreams together, they actively choose to not stay with me. And it's like, well, okay, so it's like, okay. It just doesn't, it just doesn't make sense. Ooh woo. What do you mean throw something at my knees? Why would you do that? That's rude. That's rude. You can't do that. I actively reject that. So there is a way to romance him, but you have to pick very specific dialogue options. But what is it? Okay, so the way that it was explained to me and the way we got the way that the player character got there was very unnecessary. I'm just repeating myself, sorry, but yeah, I can and I will, wow. But yeah, like the way that we got there effectively like cornered you in a way that people didn't like, which kind of just like it just goes to show that I hate that the way that they set it up. It's kind of confusing of like, because you can't tell the tone of the player character because they're not voiced. So when you pick a dialogue option, you don't know if it's going to effectively like if what you're saying is going to, is something going to offend them or not. But basically, if you end up picking the wrong dialogue option and you try to make amends, like if you're already on the bad route, it just effectively puts you on the bad route. Do you know what I mean? Like I feel like they didn't do it like a really good job differentiating the different dialogue options, which is kind of like not Baldur's Gate. It's kind of like what is it? Dragon Age Origins. You know how like the dialogue is kind of so extensive, but you can't really tell the tone of your character, and then before you know it, you're rolling in the sheets with the person you weren't expecting to roll in the sheets with. It's kind of like that.
Yeah.
But they made it obvious. They made it obvious on what was a flirt, though. They made it very obvious what a flirt was, or which was flirting. When it comes to Cam, it's pretty. So apparently, so you can speak with him however you want. It says go and speak to him on the 5th day and follow these specific dialogue options to successfully romance him. And one of the dialogue options are, and these are like in sequence, okay? So you say, I want to apologize. Wait, did you just call me a pig? Why is it so unlikely I'd come back? Because I was wrong and I'm sorry. This is you saying all this. This is not him responding to anything. This is you talking to him. He's like, you say, I want to apologize. Wait, did you just call me a pig? Why is it so unlikely I'd come back? Because I was wrong and I'm sorry. Wow, you don't get apologized to a lot, do you? You're kind of sexy when you're grateful. Let's do it. Let's get trashy. You didn't trust me before. How could you know I wasn't making fun? Like, I don't know. I think the person who wrote this doesn't know how to write romance. That's what I'm getting from this.
Yeah.
So you can literally talk to him however you want, which means you can literally offend him at any point. And you'd be like regulated into that. You can't oh God. Like I saw the playthroughs. Like a person was just picking certain dialogues because of the flow of conversation. But the flow of conversation instantly goes to insulting. And it's like, how the fuck does it, like, what? Like, the flow of conversation for the player character then turns into an insult to the romance option. And that's the only dialogue you can choose. You can't back out of it. You can't. You have to click that dialogue option. And then instantly, he gets mad. And it's like, why the fuck did you write that? Why did you put that there? But all jokes aside, those moments are annoying in dating sims in general. For real. For real. Hey, Reaver. Oh, hello, Retro Isu. Welcome in. Just talking about date everything and how some of the dialogue options aren't the best. But yeah, but basically some of the stuff I've been hearing about date everything, it just makes me like kind of disappointed in the game. 'Cause I heard that some of the endings didn't make any sense for the characters to do that. But for some reasons, the writers thought that that was a good way to end their character arcs in like the weirdest way possible. So, yeah. Oh, I know nothing about it. No, you're fine. You're fine. It's just I was playing it. I played it a couple times, and yeah. Some people want me to get back into it, but like I said, I've heard some disappointing things about it. So I don't know if I want to continue if the romance options are just going to leave me in the end. So it's like, what's the point of me playing this if they're just going to leave me? So that doesn't seem very romantic. Did you still like it overall? Fair, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, there was still I liked interacting with the characters. I just don't like where it's going to lead, if that makes sense. And in my opinion, if something had potential but didn't reach its potential all the way, it means that it's a bad game. Or that's what I've learned. That's what I've learned over time when it comes to like writing and yeah, cuz like it's very disappointing. It's very, very disappointing. Let's see. Where did we leave off? I'm getting so distracted talking about other shit that... Are you still with me, Side?
Yeah, I think I think we've covered pretty much all the news stuff.
Oh, I was
You
gonna
did talk about Ghosts of Yotei, right?
No.
Like,
I
no?
got... No. I
We
was
should probably talk
Okay.
about that at some
okay.
point. I mean,
First, Twitch.
I touched it a little bit, but I thought that was what you opened with before I got
Oh no.
before I got home.
Oh no. I don't. I was talking about Squadron 42 and how it got delayed, and I was talking, and then you joined me around that area. But okay. Twitch CEO is being called to testify in front of a committee on the radicalization of its users. So there's that going on. So Twitch and the CEO of Twitch are being investigated. So there's that. Oh yeah, Mario Kart World. They lost money on that. What is it? Stop removing the modern day. Assassin's Creed fans react as Black Flag remake reportedly cuts everything outside the Animus. So, for those of you who don't play the Assassin's Creed games, in order for the player character to go back in time, and to relive their ancestors' past, they have to go. They are a person of modern time. They go into a contraption called the Animus, and it literally reconstructs the adventures that the player character's ancestor went through during that time to stop the who were they? Oh god damn it. The who were the bad guys? I can't remember. God damn it. The Templars? Yeah, the Templars. There you go. They were trying to stop the Templars.
Who were not the bad guys, just FYI. I mean, they were in that game, but it's like that history-wise that's bullshit.
Yeah, I mean they just needed bad guys and they came up with Templars. But anyways, wait, they cut out the Animus bits or did I misunderstand? Yeah, so they cut out the Animus bits in the Assassin's Creed Black Flag remake. They're planning to remove the Animus bits. And it's just going to be you playing as a pirate for the remake, apparently. And fans are not happy. They even said,
of course.
Yeah, they said stop.
That's so dumb.
They said stop removing the modern day. Assassin's Creed fans react as Black Flag remake reportedly cuts everything outside the Animus. Who is his name's Kenway, right? The guy who's the main character of Black Flag? Yeah, Kenway. Who's Kenway's descendant? Who gets in the Animus? Black Flags. Kenway's descendant. Oh, Connor Kenway? And his grandson, Connor Kenway? But who gets in the Animus? Oh, Desmond.
I think they're just removing it. Oh, no.
Desmond Miles. Okay. I got confused. I was like, so who gets in the Animus? Because I know Assassin's Creed 2 and 3 follow Desmond up until a certain point. So I got confused on who got in the Animus or Kenway. Bruh, hi Luna. Sorry, we started late and I got on way too many fucking rants. I got on like 4 or 5 different rants and now we're here. The name eludes me a bit. So apparently the person who gets in the Animus is Desmond, maybe, but I heard things of how Assassin's Creed 3 ended, so I don't know if that's still it. But yeah, I I don't know if this is a bait article. I don't know if this is something that is conflated. I don't think they would actually remove the modern day.
They have been though. Like they've stated that before in
That's
previous
because
interviews.
that's
They have
because
no desire to like keep up with the Animus thing.
that's because they introduced that new character in Odyssey and no one liked her. And then literally continuing on from there, on from that point, no one fucking liked the characters that they kept introducing when it came to Animus. They literally, everybody only liked Desmond, and I don't know who I don't know who the modern day person was for Black Flags, but they didn't like the new character that they introduced in Odyssey. I know that for a fact. Like, people thought that her missions were so fucking boring and like it was unnecessary. She wasn't an interesting character. And so people didn't like it. They said that they should probably just remove the whole modern day thing from the story entirely, because she herself was a bad character. She wasn't fucking written well. Like, she didn't have much going for her. And so they're like, they might as well just taken her out. I lost interest when Desmond... yeah, spoilers. Spoilers, Narlucha. But yeah, Desmond Miles, yeah, that's who we were talking about. They're not saying to get rid of Desmond. That's not what they're saying. They're saying to get, like, the characters in the modern times from Odyssey to Valhalla, to Shadows? Am I missing one? I think that's it. I think that was the order. Like, the more recent Assassin's Creed games, their modern characters are not interesting. They're not interesting. The new character... Wait, hold on. I'm trying to see who the fuck... Assassin's Creed... Odyssey. There we go. No, god damn it. Odyssey modern day character. Yeah, okay, so the new character they introduced was Layla Hassan. Let's see. Who was Valhalla? Okay, it was still Layla Hassan. Okay, there's your problem right there. You kept the same fucking character that no one liked. Okay. Shadows. Okay, wait, what? The modern day protagonist in Assassin's Creed Shadows is you, the player, who is using the Animus to view the memories of the story. Okay, but who... What? Okay. Wait, Mirage. Mirage was the next one. I knew I was missing something. Mirage. There isn't a playable modern day character in Assassin's Creed Mirage. Okay, so the problem... Okay, now I see what happened. Okay, so after Desmond Miles, they had to introduce a new character for the modern day. And so they introduced a lady named Layla Hassan. No one liked Layla. They tried in Odyssey, so they tried putting her in Valhalla. People still don't like Layla, so they just opted to get rid of the modern day. So they got rid of the modern day for Shadows and for Mirage. The problem now is that they're trying to get modern. They're trying to do remakes now. And they're trying to do a Black Flag remake, but they think that people just don't like modern day, the modern day aspects of like Abstergo with the Animus contraption. That's not the problem. The problem was Layla Hassan. No one fucking liked her because she was a boring character. She was very two-dimensional. She didn't have a lot going for her. That's what they didn't like. That's why they wanted to get rid of the modern day animus thing, because she was so boring to play. That was the problem. She was a boring character to play. So they were like, well, if she's such a boring character, why doesn't Ubisoft just get rid of those things? That's it. They're not saying to get rid of the animus missions in the previous games. That's not what they're saying. They're saying if you're not going to make the character interesting during the animus missions, if you're not going to make the character interesting, don't fucking put it in the game. We're not saying to get rid of the animus missions in previous games. That's not what we're saying. God damn it, Ubisoft, why don't you fucking pay attention to anything that anyone tells you? God damn it. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
No, you're right. It's really dumb the way that they've gone about this stuff.
Yeah, but I don't even know if this is even true. Like, I don't know if this is like a bait post or something. What is it? Assassin's Creed fans
No,
are...
that's what I've been hearing about this for years, because they tried to shove the one character down everybody's throat. Nobody liked her because of reasons, and so they decided, well, we're just gonna do away with that system now. If people don't like it, we're just not gonna use it, because again, they're too stupid to know what to do.
God damn it. Honestly, if they were just doing like an historical... If they were going to do that in the first place, they should have just done that instead of having any type of modern day tie-in at all. Because to be perfectly honest, in my opinion, I think the whole... Sorry, I accidentally pressed on an ad. Anyways, I think the whole modern day aspect of Assassin's Creed makes no fucking sense. Like, at all. Like, there's a fucking... Okay, so you use your fucking DNA to go back in time to relive your ancestors' adventures.
The premise is so dumb.
Like, that doesn't make any sense. Why don't you just fucking start it from like, oh, back in the ye old times, there was a secret assassin's brotherhood, whatever, a secret order. And then just go from there. You don't even need the modern day aspect in it. You could have just fucking just...
Yeah, no, like...
You just
do
it
if
like
they
that.
had done that to begin with, sure. But I would argue that it would be better for them to implement the modern day stuff if your character actually did modern day assassin stuff, learning what they had learned in the past. Like that should have been like...
I think that's...
like,
I think
obviously
that's
a
what...
storyline that works.
I think that's what did happen. Like, there was like a bleed through, quote unquote, where like Desmond like gained the abilities of his ancestors, and so he could do like the flippity flubla, like he can flip through the air, he can fucking have fast reflexes and stuff. Like he can do the assassin things that his ancestors did. But it's just like you're learning this. I'm just saying, in my opinion, it would have... I mean, don't get me wrong, Desmond's story is very interesting. It's just, I think it would have made more, for consistency's sake, I think it would have made more sense to like go from Assassin's Creed 1 to Black Flags, like going down Descendants, down the timeline in order, and not even bring in the modern day at all. Except like when you start getting closer to the modern day, like when they started introducing the Victorian era, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, when they started getting into the 1800s to 1900s, that's when you start bringing it into the modern age. That would have been something really interesting and cool to see. But yeah, like it, like, do you know what I mean? Like, it slowly goes through the timeline and goes to different time periods, and it would have been like a slow trickle down to all the way to the modern age. That would have been interesting. But
Yeah,
It's
I
just
mean,
an it's just an idea.
like on a personal level, I have never ever liked that the whole like story.
Yeah.
Like I've always felt like it's kind of garbage.
Because of money. Wow, why didn't I think of that, Drake? And or the haters are louder. But you are right. Ubisoft are just slow headless chickens flailing about. I mean, yeah, kind of. But yeah, what is it? So yeah. It's just an idea. They don't have to do it the way that. I just think that when you think about it too hard, technically the fucking animus system doesn't really make any sense. But like its existence doesn't really make any sense. But whatever. Okay, so yeah, we're just at this point they're not making interesting modern day characters. So get rid of the modern day characters going forward. We're not saying go back to fucking. So what does that mean? Are they gonna get rid of Desmond? Is that what that means? Are they just gonna cut out all the content with Desmond? Because they're already fucking thinking about cutting content out of Black Flag when it comes to the Animus. But I thought you can actually.
I think their plan is to cut it all out completely.
Oh, that's not gonna sit well with people.
They've never marketed it good enough. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the camp.
Okay, that's not gonna sit well with people. Like I can already, like people liked Desmond. Like I mean, don't get me wrong, they liked Ezio, but I am pretty sure people did like Desmond. I don't think I'm crazy in saying that. Players occasionally pop out of the Animus to explore the offices of Astergo Entertainment, unlocking clues to how the story of Pirate Edward Kenway is tied to the series' overreaching modern-day narrative. Ubisoft is reportedly adding extra content from Kenway's pirate era to make up the lost gameplay hours, including additional story for his fellow pirate Mary. And there it is. There it is. There it is. Okay, let me read that back to you guys. Ubisoft is reportedly adding extra content from Kenway's pirate era to make up the lost gameplay hours, including additional story for his fellow pirate Mary Reed that never made it into the base game, which would indeed be welcome. So they're getting rid of content to add in more content of a female character. My question is, why wasn't this content in the base game in the first place? Was it because it was removed for a reason? Does it add anything to the story? Would adding the cut content of Mary Red, whatever the fuck her name is, would adding the content that was cut add anything to the game? They shoehorning in a strong female character. How original. Is she gonna be more of a female lead? Is that what's happening right now? They're gonna make her a female lead?
I would probably put money on it.
Why do they do this? Why do they do this? Okay, well, why was it cut content? Why was it cut content? Is it because there wasn't enough time to work on it? Or was it removed because it didn't really add a lot to the story? Like, why was it removed? And why do you have to remove content? Okay, why do you have to remove content in order to add in content that was cut out? Why do you have to do that? Why don't you just put it in? Why don't you just put it in? Why are you just removing shit? Like, why don't you just add that shit in there? Why do you have to take away stuff? You can just add it in. And because you add in extra content, why don't you just slap on another $10? You could have fucking done that. You could actually slap another $10 on there. Are you fucking dumb? Oh my god. Why do I make better business ideas than fucking the people in charge of the fucking gaming industry?
Right.
Why do I come up with fucking ideas for you? Why? You literally could have just kept the content, enhanced it, then added in content that was cut out that could have been really cool for, like, just add new shit. Oh my god, just add new shit into the fucking thing. Like fishing. I don't know if fishing was in Black Flags, but you could add fishing or like hunting and shit. Like, you could add shit into the fucking game. You can do that. You can just add shit. And then just slap a extra $10 on there. Oh my god. I have a fucking high school degree. How am I better at this than fucking people who went to fucking college and are in debt? Like, what is happening right now? What is it? Other changes for the remake include overhauled combat and gear systems that act closer to other more modern Assassin's Creed games. You did what? You did what? You changed the fucking gameplay to match modern day gameplay? Are you fucking stupid? Oh my god.
The answer is yes.
Is there RPG mechanics? Pray tell me, Ubisoft, did you put RPG mechanics in Black Flags? Is that what... Can you romance people now? Are you putting RPG mechanics in Black Flags? Black Flags. Black Flag, whatever.
Again, I'm just sitting here and I'm like, oh, this is Ubisoft. They haven't made an intelligent decision ever in like their video games for like not since their initial success. And I mean, they burned their brains out on cocaine to do that.
Or they could leave a beloved game the fuck alone. We would be so lucky. Oh, we would be so lucky. Why would you change it for more modern Assassin's Creed games? If you said that you changed it to match Origins, the Origins gameplay, that would have been fucking cool. But you say modern Assassin's Creed games. Are you talking about Shadows? Shadows? You know, the fucking game that flopped? You want to fucking make your combat and gear systems closer to that? Which game are you basing this system off of? Is it Odyssey? At the very least, can it please be Odyssey? Because at least Odyssey's gameplay was fucking cool. I'm not gonna lie. Odyssey's gameplay was actually really fucking fun. The story and the graphics for the game were kind of iffy, but the gameplay was really fun. I'm not gonna lie. It was really fun, in my opinion. Please tell me at least it's the please don't tell me it's Valhalla. Valhalla, everyone went crazy for Valhalla because Vikings were such a popular thing. I did not like Valhalla. I didn't like it. I don't know. It
was pretty good on release, but then but like a month after release, they introduced all the microtransactions.
Then they probably would have nursed the system. I didn't, because that's what happens whenever they introduce microtransactions. They intentionally nerf the gameplay to force you to buy transactions. And
that's
yeah,
exactly what they did. I remember because everybody was playing it, everybody was having fun, and then they introduced like here's microtransactions. Oh, you don't like microtransactions? Well, what's wrong with you?
Wait,
because everybody else likes these microtransactions. Everybody's doing them. So why aren't you doing them?
is that
What are
what
you, stupid?
is that what
That's
they're
that's what I
is that what they're talking about when they say more modern Assassin's Creed games? They're gonna start introducing microtransactions with Black Flags.
I
Black
I
Flag.
would absolutely 100% believe that that's what they're doing. That is like the long-term plan of everything.
Overall, though, the excision of Black Flag's modern day portions looks to be the most noteworthy change, and one that is not going down well with some fans, especially after the threadbare modern day storyline in Assassin's Creed Shadows. I hope it's not true that they removed the modern day sections, wrote well, have we lost 6388 in a long Reddit thread discussing the report. Without the modern day storyline and ancient aliens sci fi stuff, modern AC games are just Witcher 3 clones with stealth mechanics. They need to stop removing modern day content, added Zero Zeleth. It's honestly one of my favorite parts, and that stems from the earlier games. I was actually looking forward to it in Shadows after how Valhalla ended, but then Shadows had literally nothing. It was such a big disappointment. This goes to show no one fucking played Mirage. That is so hilarious. This fucking shows no one played Mirage because Valhalla released, Mirage released, and then Shadows released. No one's talking about how in Mirage they didn't have modern day shit in Mirage either. That's fucking hilarious. Oh my god. It just goes to show no one fucking played that game. What is it? I was actually looking forward to it in Shadows after how Valhalla ended, but then Shadows had literally nothing. It was such a big disappointment on that front. Like, genuinely, the modern day stuff is part of how the franchise works, so it should always be present in some form and be telling an overarching story. Oh my god, Ubisoft, stop removing the modern day segments, added Kamui Gui. The best of the series is the fact that what? The best of the series is the fact that was very clear that we were in a simulation. I don't know if that was the best of the series. Is the best of the series is the fact that it was very clear that we were in a simulation. I don't think that was the best of the series, is to know that you were in a simulation. I think it's just acting out their life story was what was fun, but okay. As well as adding to Assassin's Creed overarching story, the modern day sections in Black Flag tie closely into the narrative of Kenway's historical quest, leading some fans to question how Ubisoft will handle the lack of wider content. Wider context. Wouldn't removing the modern day scenes remove a pretty big part of the story regarding the stage? Questioned Ari441. I don't see how you can do the story without the modern day stuff tying it all together, Pizza Planet 420 added. The ending of the game in the modern day is literally the bookend to the entire story. Of course, delving back into the series' previous modern day storyline featuring long-term antagonist Juno would require a bit of re-explaining at this point. But considering how that storyline ended up being dropped and concluded in a spin-off comic, this could have been a good opportunity to do more there. Yeah, you would think. You would think that making a remake, that they would add more content that benefits the story. You would think they would do that. But no, they start fucking cutting shit and adding shit that makes no sense. It makes no sense. Why are you cutting out the modern day shit only to fucking replace it with cut content about Mary? Why don't you just add all of Why don't you just add all of it? Why don't you add in a tie-in ending with the antagonist at the end of the fucking game? Why don't you keep the modern shit in? And why don't you add in extra content for Mary? Why don't you just do all three? Add in, slap on $20. That's easy, $20. I'm trying so hard not to lose my shit right now. Oh my god. That is such easy fucking money, Saib. That's easy money, Saib. That's so fucking easy. You can literally just keep all that shit in, slap $20 extra. Came out $70, $60, $90 easy. Extra content. Not just any content, fucking story content. And probably add some cool mechanic shit in there too. Why would you? I'm still mad about the gameplay shit. Why did you change the gameplay? Is it
because
they no longer have
they-
the same program? Is that it?
No. It's that Ubisoft is completely out of touch with every aspect of video game. So anytime you're asking yourself, why would they do this? It's because they don't understand what they're doing. They legitimately do not understand what they are doing. They're completely devoid of any logical, like, calculative ability to create video games. Like they're like crazy, mad, insane, retarded. Like take your take your pick. It's like they are so completely lost to the sauce that they're completely out of it. It's like they don't function like, normal people would function in this kind of, like, attempting to, like, connect with whatever they're trying to. It's like they're just incapable of it.
Okay, I just realized how late it's gotten. Do you want me to
Yes,
quickly
also,
cover
it's
the
really
Yotei?
late.
Do you want me to
Yes,
quickly
we
cover the
gotta
Yotei?
cover Yotei.
And then we
so
can
that the-
okay,
The
then we'll okay.
thumbnail
Okay.
is not a lie.
I'm so sorry, guys. Okay. So, I have heard concerning news about the Ghost of Yotei. So, I was not paying attention to the Ghost of Yotei. I will admit that. That's only because I trusted the gaming studio behind it. So I was like, oh, Ghost of Yotei, I'm 100% is going to be good because they came out with the Ghost of Tsushima. Only to find out that all of the OG devs who made Ghost of Tsushima have been kicked out or left, and they have a whole brand new team for the Ghost of Yotei. And the thing is that apparently they left Sucker Punch because of creative differences. That does not bode well for the Ghost of Yotei. And as well as one of the head devs got fired because they celebrated the expiring of Charlie Kirk. And so
the whole studio is rotten to the core now.
So you can see, I was going to give the game the benefit of the doubt. I mean, it was very plain as day what they were going for. Like, don't get me wrong, women can learn how to defend themselves, especially during the during that time in Japan. They can learn how to defend themselves like that. So I was willing to giving it the benefit of the doubt. But now learning who's behind the project, don't think it's going to succeed. I think it's going to do well, but then people are going to realize that it is not made by the same people who made Tsushima. And that's very disappointing. That's so disappointing. Why would you fight people who did such a good job with Tsushima? They said they did such a good job with that game. They were granted honorary ambassadorship from Japan themselves. That's crazy. Why would you fight them? Why would you fight them for creative differences? Are you dumb? What? Why would you do that? God. Anyways, so now a whole different group of devs are taking over Sucker Punch. It's literally not the same people anymore. And yeah, it's just it's gotten pretty crazy. Another woke shitstorm on the horizon. Yeah. I think that it still will do well. Maybe not as good as they were hoping. Maybe not as good as breaking records like Tsushima did. But I think it will do relatively well because I don't think not everyone knows what's going on behind the scenes when it comes to the Ghost of Yotei. So, yeah, I think it'll do okay. I think it'll do pretty well. I could be wrong. Gamers might boycott the game. I've heard some grumblings of boycotting it, so I don't know. We'll see. We Vikings are just better than everyone else. Keeping others up for shame. Same, yeah. But yeah, that's literally it. A lot of concerning things going on with the Ghost of Yotei. It's very disappointing. I was actually willing to give it a chance because I thought it was the same people who worked on the previous game. It actually looked like it was gonna be good too. Like, a woman taking a revenge on these like 4 or 5 dudes because they burned down her village. It seemed like it would be like a Kill Bill moment, a Kill Bill storyline. I was willing to, like, I thought it was the same people, so I was like, okay, it seems like it might be decently good. But it seems like I might be wrong. Do you have anything to say about it, Saib?
Saw it coming. I hate seeing this stuff coming, but yeah, I saw it coming. It's the scum lords that are running these studios who think, oh yeah, I can totally betray everything that we've worked towards. This is totally fine. I don't see any problem with this. So dumb.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's the end of that. I don't want to keep you guys here any longer. It's already 11:30, getting on 11:40. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I'm so good. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. I hope you guys have a good day or night, whichever you're at. And yeah, do you have anything to plug in?
We are finally, due to some unforeseen health circumstances, we were very late. We are very late in getting out the new book podcasts, but we will be getting those out sometime soon. I've got like 2 or 3 meetings with people this coming week here to sort that all out.
Yeah. 6:40 a.m. here? Jesus. It's 12:40 for me, you Cooper. Good night, lads. Alright, good night, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the lurkers. We appreciate every single one of you. And I hope you guys have a good, day or night, wherever you're at. And we'll see you guys next time. Goodbye, 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 goodbye.